Hey everybody, welcome to Noir Bar, live from the shadiest district of Noir City in the year of our Lord 1942. Come on in, grab a seat, get your drink orders in, and get comfortable for a late night, laid back time of banter, booze, broads, and bullets. And joining me at the bar tonight, surprisingly, are Far and Sam. Far, how you doing?
I'm still upset. My files are gone. They're all gone.
Kind of like my hopes and dreams.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Hashtag crave the save.
Crave the save.
Yes,
Nice.
crave the save.
It was,
Fuck.
I picked that up actually in undergrad. Control S, Control S, Control S is a fidget.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't trust autosave. You kidding me? Fuck no.
Yeah.
Save early, save often. Absolutely, yeah. Nobody you know. 30 more minutes of awesome bluesy jazz was on its way, but no. Bar had, well, still has technical problems through no fault of her own. I heard the story, and
that's it.
sadly, it makes plenty of sense
streams.
what happened, rather. And that's, so far got a... So you purchased a recovery piece of software online?
No, I didn't purchase it. It was for free. It was a free piece of software that I managed to recover those files with.
Okay. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, F's in chat, everybody. Far lost some data she would rather have not had lost. So that's
It was the streams. Because I record my streams at the same time that they go live. Yeah, almost a year's worth of streams. Just gone.
Yeah, that's rough.
Oh well.
And I tried telling her, produce nothing but smutty crap that nobody wants anyway, and therefore,
yeah, then, nothing's lost, right?
Exactly. You don't feel the need to protect it, work hard at it, anything of the sort.
Yeah, buy a 5 terabyte hard drive for it. Yeah, none of that. Nah.
If file preservation is what you crave, YouTube creators use Burma Save.
Burma Save.
Yeah.
Too bad Myanmar didn't try that. Toe! Fuck, I'm high. I just...
You don't remember the old Burma Shave adverts? The little billboard type things you put at the side of the road?
Not at
That's a little bit before our time, but... Oh, yeah. There's some old people in chat, right? Some older people in chat.
There's some old people in chat.
Yeah, some old people, right?
That's great. See, I was saying right before, I didn't do an audio check right before I went live. It wouldn't have made a difference anyway. For some reason, you guys are loud as hell, even though you're whisper quiet in my headphones. And my mic is maxed out, and that's barely getting to the level you guys are at half the fucking slider volume. I don't know. Gremlins. It's fucking gremlins, man. Got Emperor Dingle.
Best.
What's that?
Sorry. Oh, no, I was going to clarify something in chat, but no, you go ahead. Donation comes first.
God Emperor Dingle, thank you very much for the $20. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Sorry it took so long to open the doors, but, technical problems and whatnot. Yeah. Software fucks up when you're time traveling. You could end up, well, dead.
Mm-hmm.
Polly, how's it going? I'm glad to see the bar open, as am I. Do anything special for St. Paddy's Day? My liver is still recovering. I was pretty much asleep for all of St. Patrick's Day. And by asleep, I'd be like, nauseous, dizzy, medicated. Like I am right now, except not the unconscious part. Mostly. If my doctor was listening, he'd be like, what are you doing?
Alpha Betty Spaghetti!
Oh my god. Please, don't. Okay, it's stable. Fuck this laptop.
What
oh my
happened?
god.
What's going on?
The page just didn't want to... It was there, then it wasn't there, now it's there again.
Oh, it auto-scrolled on you?
No, it just can't... I don't even fucking know. I don't know, but thank you, Nazi, for the $2. Alphabetti spaghetti with a side of liberty.
Nice.
Thank you.
Hey, ex-Bubba Hotep, how's it going? Long time no see. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Psst, weak liver who needs recovery. Well, I've certainly not me. A good liver has plenty of holes in it, so the liquor just makes it right through. But no, I was not nauseous from hangover recovery, but just good old-fashioned vertigo. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah, vertigo.
And I still haven't gotten my medication because of supply line issues. And oh yeah, I have gone to other pharmacies. I've met every pharmacist in like a 5 square mile radius of where I live.
Oh.
Yeah. I came to find out that there's a second assistant pharmacist. That's a position.
That's a position?
Mm-hmm. And they can pronounce the
Okay.
pharmaceutical names worse than me.
Oh.
I don't even know what they're doing there. Literally,
Well,
I don't know what the fuck they do there. I had to ask. I'm like,
pharmaceutical related.
why did I get the text message on my phone about my prescription if you don't have any of it? And they're like, well, those are sent out automatically. I'm like, you assholes. Like that.
Yeah. God, I hate it when they do that.
It's been a week now.
Ooh.
Yeah. So a little bit of
Ooh.
withdrawal, but it's okay. Because I have this other medication that's totally expired, that's chemically analogous, but not the same thing, that I've totally over medicated on. And I'm like sweating bullets and my heart's racing, feeling pretty good. So I thought I'd open the Rockstar, like I said. Speaking of which, Alan, thank you very much for this. Well, I'm fine. Alan,
Are
thank
you
you.
though? That doesn't sound fine. That doesn't sound fine. What the fuck?
You know those times when you're eating Pez and then you suddenly realize that's actually dextroamphetamine? Yeah, like then.
Don't pop Dex like it's a fucking Pez. Jesus Christ.
Well, how the hell do you wake up?
Song tells us to.
I don't eat Dex like it's fucking Pez?
Aw, that's no way to live.
Well, neither's that.
Touche.
The best part of waking up.
Looking forward to the long, cold sleep. Yeah, I know. Alan, thank you very much for the $10. I'm glad to see you're here. Probably more chipper and cognitively aware than all of us, but especially me. And he simply says, Polly, Alan.
Still not old.
Yeah. Yeah, Alan's a man of few words, but yeah, people often do put in their drink orders, and I'm always curious as to what people ask for. It's like Terry Diamandis. When he used to show up, he'd ask for like an old fashioned. I say, you really like old fashioned? It's a pretty strong drink. He goes, oh, I have no idea what's in it. Just sounds like something I'd like. Don't order drinks because you like the way they sound. That's how you end up ordering a Long Island iced tea before you realize there's no iced tea in it. Just booze.
That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie of a drink name.
It's true. It's true. Well, they put a dash of cola in it, so it makes it look kind of like tinted off brown-ish.
Yeah.
That's what I was told. That's the reason why. I'm like,
Boo.
lies.
Boo. But I feel like I need to clarify, though, nobody, it wasn't 5 terabytes I lost. No. That was just the new hard drive I got specifically for the files that ended up yeeting themselves off my computer. It's only close to 1 terabyte that's probably been lost. Which is still insane. But, it's not 5. It's not a whole 5. So, it's not as much pain. It's just pain.
Ex-Bob Hotep happens to know somebody who works at a pharmacy and was a hophead. That's rough. That's got to be like working at a brewery and be an alcoholic. Let me think.
Yeah, God.
No, there's nowhere that's a temptation or painful for me like that I've been part of. That's good. Which is odd for me considering that's not usually the way things go. Top shelf scotch straight up. Nobody, yeah, that's just, you can't go wrong. Neat. I mean, you have to actually order in a particular way. And Philip Marlowe's classic line, how do you like your brandy, sir? In a glass. Okay, it's hot as hell, or I'm hot as hell, and I don't want to put this hoodie on. Hear me out. I did something stupid. I must have put in like 15 different dryer sheets because this thing smells like 20 days of spring morning. It's disgusting. This so-called t-shirt is like a t-shirt shaped dryer sheet, the size of one too.
Oh my god.
It's like it's actually like making me like my nose tickle, like I'm gonna sneeze. So I've got a, and I didn't notice because I had a hoodie on covering it up.
Yeah,
Like,
what
She was
did
like-
you do?
it was like
the
took it
fuck
off.
did you do
Spring morning punched me in the face. I don't know what I did. I'm gonna have to wash away the springtime fresh.
Well, yeah, you guys have to wash it and it just becomes worse. Thank you, Rotten Corpse, for the $5. Almost lost about 4 terabytes of movies, TV shows, music, and anime a few years ago. Glad I found a recovery program. Okay, so here's the thing, right?
Mhm.
I did get a recovery program. Some of the streams were recovered. But most of them are lost. Because it found them, but they were unrecoverable.
Yeah, nice. Here's the things that we found, but you can't have them.
Yeah, exactly.
Dirty. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. New donation at $8.50. Yeah, $8.50 down there. I guess you'll have to yeet me because you can't put
Yeah,
kill there
Like
anymore.
my files.
Yeah,
Yeah. You have to yeet them, like my files.
right. It's the only way.
Yeah. It's the only way.
Polly needs a carekeeper. You're damn right. No anyone who's willing to work for free. I was telling Sam the other day, other month actually, if I had a personal assistant, just how crazy I'd drive them. But like, I could totally use them.
Oh god, I love the personal assistant things you guys do. It's just
It has
they're
been
fucking insane.
my absolute favorite polydub impression to do. It really has been.
You both just come up with like these really hilarious scenarios where I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I'm in agreement. You guys would. Although in Sam's case, didn't you kind of do
Guess
that?
maybe you'll have to kill me.
How do you mean?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, yeet him.
Now, people really don't fly 45, 55 feet when you shoot them, but it looked cool.
Ah, but it's fun.
Yeah.
It's just fun.
And I just
Maybe they
love
should.
the actor who got blasted and yeeted and went flying. His name is actually Patrick Kilpatrick.
Hell of a name.
Uh-huh. Clearly his parents were anticipating hating him.
Really? Yeah, clearly his parents really just love the name Patrick.
And were unabashedly Irish.
Yeah.
Alan, thank you for the $5. Wild turkey, neat. Double wild turkey, neat. That's what I was drinking the other day. So I still have a whole bunch. Wild turkey 101. That's the big handle of it, you know, the multi-liter size. Expo Bahotep, thank you for the $8.50. What this do? It blasts somebody clear across the street with two 1911s. Nothing wrong with that.
It's a it's a representation of what happened to my files.
Right?
Yeah.
So Far was explaining to me what had happened. Sherry told Sam what had happened. I was in mid-transfer, it corrupted the file headers, which sucks.
Basically.
And it,
Not even mid-transfer. It was like immediately.
that's so rough.
Yeah, like it was as soon as it started, it just went whoop.
And I've lost files and data and whatnot doing that before. And I said, you moved the files, you didn't copy them, right? And she said, yeah. And that's why I picked up this, what I thought was a really stupid habit. Well, not stupid, but like,
No, it's not.
What
no,
a
what you do
layperson
is
does?
actually smart.
well, I didn't think it was smart. I thought it was, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with computers and they scare me and I can't afford to lose data maneuver. So
Yeah, no, which is smart. Which is fucking smart in comparison to me just going, I'm just going to drag the whole file.
yeah, and move it. I copy it, confirm that the file has actually been transferred correctly and then delete it from the transfer site. But
Yeah, which is
it-
considering how much stuff was in that file, I really, really should have done that.
like, Sam, I don't get it. Like, is the and then Sam said that he does that too, or that's a better way to do it. And I'm like, okay, Sam really knows what he's doing when it comes to computers and whatnot. I'm like, okay, well, I don't feel marginally so desperate in my move to do that. But what is going on with the ones and zeros in the background? Is it deleting the file header in progress? Like, I thought the little program that was running in the background was copying it and then deleting the file header in where it came from, so that space could be now written over.
The rough difference, and this is boiling it down. When you drag and drop, it copies from one location straight to another. When you copy something and then paste it into a new location, what you're doing is you're moving it to temporary storage, and then making a copy from temporary storage to the new location. But the file technically exists in 3 places at once as opposed to 2. So if the transfer breaks down, then the only file that's lost is the one that's in temporary storage, not the original.
Okay.
So that would be what, like in the common
That'd be the
files
smart
section of your user folder?
Sorry, say that again?
Like the temp file would be just temporarily held in the common files section of your user folder?
Yes, yeah, to all intents and purposes, yeah. Or in the temp folder that's located under Windows. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That seems
be held in the
unnecessarily rough handling of data to do it differently. Like, you think it would only be different on the surface for the user, that it wouldn't.
Mhm.
It would do it in such a way that it wouldn't cause a data integrity problem. I mean,
You would hope so, but,
it's been a few years since they developed DOS. What the fuck?
It's the whole dragging and dropping thing. The idea being is like to make the file transfer process shorter, or faster rather, and then it's just really not. Anyway.
Yeah. Rotten Corpse.
Point is,
Sign
I've
up
learned
there.
my lesson.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Copy, confirm, delete.
Yes.
You can start your own
Yes.
PSA, like slip, slap, slop kind
Right.
of thing,
Yes, slip, slap, slap.
Yeah.
Remember to slip that right click.
Rotten Corpse, I saw you out there. Glad
Pretty.
to see you here. Thank you for the $5. Here. Gun Rant, Palmetto State Armory needs to ship my G43 slide that I ordered last week, Saturday. Was not expecting a 5 to 7 business day processing, but at least the reviews look good. G43 slide. What is it, like specially machined with like scroll work and shit, or is it like cut all futuristic, or what's different about it? And just saying, chat. It's fine. Cougar Knife, thanks for the $1. How much do I have to donate to get you to read Berserk? What is that? Berserk.
Oh. Do you want to tell him, Far?
Beyond a State of Mind.
It's a manga that's very
Predator,
dark.
Yeah.
Oh, dark.
Yes.
It contains some rather extreme themes and some rather extreme scenes.
Well, as these two know, I'm on a break from anime since I had a horribly vivid anime dream like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. Still haven't gotten over it.
So
Fucking big-eyed anime girls. Fuck. Ugh. No, that wasn't what the dream was about. But
I was going to say, that would be all right. What are you talking about?
or what was the name of the gambling show that I made us watch?
Oh God, I don't even remember. I don't even fucking remember the name of it. It's just the gambling anime.
It was disappointing.
But yeah,
Well,
I
you
don't
say
think
that.
I've heard many good things about it.
Well, I mean, okay, it looked good, like production value.
But yeah,
But I
yeah.
mean,
production-wise, it looked good. It's a Netflix anime.
I was well say when you
Kind
hook
of
up
hope
with
at that
Netflix,
point.
you got the money too. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was I was surprised when I was looking up to see if there was anywhere online, because I didn't know, that would stream it, how many OnlyFans girls were dressed up as characters from that show. It was kind of disconcerting,
That
actually.
doesn't shock me. That does not shock me.
People are degenerates, man. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're holding up OnlyFans girls as the as the standard, well,
It's
yeah.
the standard.
I mean,
If OnlyFans is the standard of
that's your litmus.
humanity, oh boy. Oh fucking boy.
Remember the girl that was all into betting fingernails?
oh God, yeah, yeah.
Then she ended up
Yeah.
like biting her own nails and then ripping them right out of her fingertips.
Yeah, that was fucking weird.
Damn right.
Yeah.
I mean, the Japanese are of no shortage of imagination. Like, you watch,
Yeah, look
what-
at
Including
Unit
that.
731.
you watch whatever, and it's like they don't have any kind of fucking problem with coming up with stuff. But unfortunately, when they go dark places, it gets real. Right?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yes, Ex-Bubba Hotep. That's the name of it.
Kakegurui.
Kakeguri. Yeah. It was. I thought I liked the plot of it, the gambling and whatnot, and that it was at a private school. But I ended up complaining about certain things, like, why does this keep happening? And far as like, Polly, that happens in every fucking anime. Like the politics of student council. They're talking about like the president of the students' council is, basically the ruler of the free world in their little world. And it's like, but they never mention like the headmaster of the school or the principal of the school or anything like that. It's like, doesn't that person automatically out authority them? It's like, they never mention them. It's just the president.
Not always.
Yeah. And so you get people like in like homicidal conspiracy theories to take out somebody so they can be the assistant to the secretary to the president of the student council. And it's like, what the fuck?
It's a really big deal.
I am drunk, so drunk, I cannot get up.
I mean, at least they drew some lines of sense between their parents are IRL wealthy and you got to be wealthy as fuck to get into the school to begin with. And so they are really gambling with real money. And their parents' corporations are sort of what's backing their credibility to bank. But yeah, it was gambling plus masochism, indeed. But we watched like the whole first season in a night, which isn't a good idea. I don't recommend it. That might have well been what precipitated the nightmare like 2 weeks later. I don't know. Cougar Knife, thanks for the $2. You never named a price to read Berserk, but keep it in mind. But keep in mind, I'm broke.
$400.
Well, that bad, huh?
It's pretty bad, man. It's pretty bad.
Like, are we talking
Are you
dark? Like,
discussing prices?
this hole is
For the
mine, it's
Berserk?
made for me? Like that level of dark? Or are we talking like
Okay.
hentai dark?
Oh, that's probably
Darker than your average hentai.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
but somehow it's not hentai.
Yes, there's a word that keeps cropping up, or a theme rather that keeps cropping up in Berserk that rhymes with a certain fruit that grows in bunches on vines. I'll leave it at that. But,
Bananas?
Anyway.
I don't know. I was
let's
trying
go
to
with
think. What? Bananas? Wild cucumbers? What?
Think French.
Think what?
Grape, Polly, grape. I mean grape. Grape is the word that I'm referring to.
Oh, there's lots of surprise sex in it.
Yes,
Ah.
yes.
Yeah, you could put it like that.
Sorry, Rotten Corpse. No, they are playing. I'm just I'm having an issue with sounds not coming through at the moment. I'm juggling it now. But in the meantime, thank you for the $5. It's just an FDE slide with an RMR optic cut that was already in stock, so I shouldn't need any mounting plates for a red dot.
Oh, shit. Good call, Shadowclaw. No chat. Only because I forgot. Look,
Technical difficulties, guys.
Yeah.
Every week
I'm
is a
using a
fight.
track ball mouse and 2 cathode ray tubes with fucking rabbit ears, and I'm sweating out the drugs through my pores. Okay, be happy the stream's working. I'm kidding about some of that, but not all of it. I'll leave it to you which part.
It's up to your imagination. Great.
Yeah, Polly has rabbit ear antennas coming out of his monitor for some reason. No one understands it, but they're there. You see, Far, way back in the day, signals
Yeah, I know.
no, through the air, wireless. Wireless is not a new thing. And
Yes, I understand. I'm not that level of idiot.
it's not idiocy. It's merely inexperience. Don't tell me you've changed the channel on a TV with a pair of pliers. You're not that old.
I'd
may
say
once
I've done that, no?
Have you?
I may once.
No.
No.
I did once set up something of a Rube Goldberg machine to actually, change the channel on the TV when I lost the remote.
A series of strings and pulleys and whatnot.
Yeah, it all started with the little toy cars that you can pull back because they got the wind up, not motor. Well, no, it is a motor, I suppose. The little wind up motor, and then you pull them back, and then you let it go, and it flies off and drives off in a straight line. Yeah, that's how it started. And it hit the ball, and then there was some lever action stuff going on, and the string got pulled, and it pushed a little thing up. I impressed myself. It was fully resettable without having to move from the chair.
The reason
That is
Matchbox
peak autism.
the pliers thing actually comes from
Hello.
Nas lyric to Thief's Theme, the only hip hop track to appear in The Departed. I go back like changing TV channels with pliers. The exact lyric. It's like, yeah, that's going pretty far back, Nas. Okay. We are on to chat 15.
Yeah, which chat? Chat 15.
And it's not working. It's just coming up.
Lucky 15.
So yeah, no chat tonight. No embedded chat because yeah.
Well, okay then.
What did we do to make it work, Sam? I forget.
Oh, I don't remember off the top of my head now.
Like I'm using a straight URL capture again, and I pulled the chat out of YouTube Studio.
Try using. Oh, I'll drop it over. Try using that link in there instead. Oh, hold on, did I copy that right? I don't think I did.
Try using a link you sent me.
Yeah. There you go.
What am I supposed to do with this?
So the source the source for the scene, the chat, just paste that into the URL.
Better not be porn.
It's definitely not. You can see the URL. Polly.
What?
Every link I have ever sent you, Polydub, is spick and span, okay?
Okay, there we go. Okay, chat's there. Now I just have to paste over my personally encoded CSS.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they die? Like why do browser captures 13, 14 no longer work? Why do they have a shelf life of 1 week? What the hell?
I genuinely don't know. It's something to do, because you used to be able to just capture it straight from the back end, right? And it would work. Or you could capture it straight from the channel, and it would work. And then YouTube ended up setting up this new Google API system, right? Which you've got a certain number of free accesses to it, and then they want you to pay for it on a per access level, yeah. And so basically, what they did is they changed the way that YouTube stream chats worked, so that you pretty much have to go through the Google API if you wanted to automatically update, which of course means accessing Google API, which means of course
the ungodly sums of
having
money
to
you were
pay.
talking about for their service fees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when I
I've-
paste in the CSS, it disappeared.
It just breaks.
No custom CSS. Man, that's frustrating. I know, chat, you love hearing about this stuff, but it's like, my God. YouTube doesn't make it easy, man. Cougar Knife, thanks for the buck. The Guts from Berserk ends those grape guys because of his past and the ones he loves. It's about evil, trauma, demons, and the pure willpower of protecting those you love.
Fairly standard anime fan in that regard. But yeah, they were. It's pretty graphic. Pretty graphic is, I suppose, a good way of putting it.
I don't know. Somebody said I've heard you say a couple of times anime that ain't gay. Like, name one. And before I could say Rurouni Kenshin, Ninja Scroll jumped to mind. So I said Ninja Scroll.
Mm-hmm.
And right away, it's like, oh, you're a fan of the bunches of Pinot, aren't you? And I'm like, there was only 3 in the one movie. I totally forgot about that. It is rather grapey.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same woman again and again. You think she'd get a little annoyed.
At some point, pattern recognition kicks in, doesn't it?
Well,
You'd think.
Well, in a way, it's not really her fault. She's a Koga ninja hanging out with Jubei Kibagami. And, well, not hanging out with him. He's on the same trail that she is, so she figures, like, I'll just follow him, and then he'll take all the beats and the hits, and I'll just find my way to my lord's objective, which didn't turn out to be too smart of a move for Koga Ninja, because she ended up taking the beats and the hits and the borderline grapings. Whoops.
Indeed.
Guess it's better to be good with a blade than hot.
Yeah, it tends to work out.
Well, what are you doing running around an ancient Japanese battlefield with a miniskirt on for?
I mean, let's be real here.
What are you saying, Polly? She was asking for it? No, I'm saying she didn't have no pants on. She was wearing like a gi top, and it was like, long enough to go down her waist with no pants. So
it's one of those.
Yeah, it basically formed like a miniskirt, if you know what I mean.
If you're going to go dancing around a battlefield, right? An active battlefield, yeah, where there are swords and, arrows flying and all that kind of thing, would you not like to wear some armor for said dancing around the battlefield? Would that not be wise?
Yeah. Yeah,
a little summon, Well,
I mean, Ron Corp says you counted them, Polly. I didn't need to. The movie did for me. There's like the 9 devils of Kimon, like the bosses, basically, and 3 of them tried. So it's pretty easy to keep track. I wish I was making that up, but it's true. Every time they come up to a new boss level, she's like, in peril yet again. And what kills me, she does have powers. She's not just like, she's a skillful ninja, but she poisons the person she makes love with, or who offers her surprise sex. Whoops. To all the guys who attempted that, because they ended up, dead.
Offered. He insisted, really.
Polly starts talking about La Blue Girl. I'm out. I'm aware of the existence of that thing, and that's the end of it. I don't even know. Is this something that nobody that isn't a degenerate should know about? Far?
I don't know. I have no idea what that actually is.
I mean, I'll look up some strange shit, but I won't type in anime stuff. I know better than that.
Learned that one the hard way, huh?
Rurouni Kenshin was fucking awesome. Fight me. No fight here. I got 2 donations based on Rurouni Kenshin. I'm a huge fan. The original OVA hooked me, man. I got it from perfectly legitimate online sources, and yeah, I was just planning on watching like 15 minutes of it to get a sense of it. I ended up watching it's in 3 parts. I ended up watching the first part and then the rest of it later on that night. It was fantastic. I loved it.
Isn't there a remake of Rurouni Kenshin on the way?
Already out.
Or did I dream that?
No, it's already out.
Really?
Yeah.
You haven't seen any of it yet?
I have. It's
Any good?
The OVA is to the serial TV show as the new one is to the original OVA, but not quite as family friendly. Like the TV show is pretty happy-go-lucky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, made for TV.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not to say it's bad. It's just the tone is
Yeah.
you know, a lot lighter. The I'm surprised that people like watching that. I was like, this was popular. This was big. It seems so. I mean, no one's worried about senpai or nothing's kawaii. What's going on here? And I'm like, maybe I
Nothing's
misunderstand anime fans.
Uh, some people like it when things aren't exactly Daijobu, Polly. I hate that I know what that means.
Everything is daijoubu.
What the hell does daijo mean?
Daijobu. All right. Okay.
That's a lot of syllables for okay.
Well, just everything is all right, basically.
So what? Like it's all good, that kind of thing.
Not the way Daijobu
Yeah.
this.
Sort of.
It can also be used as an interrogative, right? For I think.
Yeah,
But you
like,
could-
yeah, daijoubu desu ka?
Is everything okay? Are you all right?
No, and of course not. Yeah, Polly's and 40s era under-the-counter painkillers. Behind the bar, my neck hurts, and so does everything else. Right? I remember watching this one noir film. I think it was The Last Time is the name of the film. That was my first introduction. That was years and years ago to people having their own stylized personal pillboxes that they carried around with them. Because you need something to start the day up and something else to shut it down with, am I right?
Right.
So they're walking around with like a pocket pharmacy. And this guy who's, Mr. Panache and smooth talker and whatnot, he sits down and she rolls over the drink cart because every house has to have a drink cart in it, of course. And she starts fixing him a drink, and he reaches in his pocket and hophead that he is, pops himself a pill and offers her one. And she looks like in and down at like the little pill box. And she goes, "Oh, thank you." And the fuck did you just take?
She has no idea.
No.
That's back when you could trust a motherfucker, Polly. Before they started putting like fentanyl and weed.
Fentanyl in the pillbox.
Right.
There is something hilariously quaint about one of the Philip Marlowe detective novels having as a main plot line, because they're always like Raymond Chandler. There's streams of stories that weave and interconnect and then go off on their own and whatnot, right? One of the story threads is about a guy who is H.R. Geiger, who is drugging some of his clientele, and the drug he's using is ether gas. Dun dun dun. So they're getting lightheaded and giggling. Oh no.
This is no laughing gas matter, Polly.
And I'm like, come on, you guys had opium dens. What the hell? Toughen up.
Oh, man.
That sounds in the same vein as what was it? Sherlock being really into cocaine because it calms him down.
Right. Yeah, I could tell the author really. He was an eye doctor, Far. It's kind of unforgivable for Sir Arthur to have fucked up like that. I mean, all due respect. I mean, I'm a huge Sherlockian and it's great, but famously, the 5% solution would cause him drowsiness. Holmes, are you sure that was cocaine?
I was about to say.
Someone really lied to him about what they were giving him
I
from their pillbox. Like, yeah, what is this in your pillbox? Oh, it's cocaine.
Well, you stopped by
Totally.
Chinatown of London and went down to like a Dragon's Den underground lair where people were laying on their sides and bought some white powder. He assumed it was cocaine, but he wasn't right about that. It was opium.
Yeah. Straight morphine powder.
Although it's all written from the perspective of Watson, isn't it?
Indeed it is, yes.
Maybe the character Watson just thought it was cocaine.
Well, it's...
Oh, like modern cops, you mean?
Yeah,
He had a
like he
little
made
bag
the
of white
assumption.
powder.
I remain
He just never corrected
undecided. What do you guys think of Holmes' famous reason for why do drugs at all? Like, why would Sherlock Holmes of all people? Because he had no case.
It's the 1800s.
Well, yes, it was legal, but it would be like the same thing as taking, like, I don't know, some kind of strong stimulant or whatever that your doctor had prescribed for you. It's because he had no cases and nothing to think about. He said, give me something to perplex me, something to ponder, something to keep my mind working. When I don't, I go crazy. And he didn't use his words, I go crazy, but he goes into this long soliloquy about the madness that overtakes him when he doesn't have something to perplex him and confound him to work against.
That's the main reason most people take psychotropics, I would imagine.
Well, I thought about it, and I'm thinking, would he, leaving aside the drowsiness of the drug, the exact words that Conan Doyle picked, would somebody like that tend towards, I mean, obviously it's individual, but what do you think? Would it be a stimulant or a sedative? Because he sounds like he's anxious as fucking climbing the fucking walls. Would a sedative not be the better idea?
It sounds like ADHD,
Yeah.
to be quite honest. So stimulant?
Stimulant because of the
counterintuitive
counterintuitive effect it would have on him.
I guess. I mean, there's all kinds of microdosing treatments these days that use some stuff that you think about from what you've heard of or what you've tried yourself. Perhaps there's like, hold on a minute, doesn't that make you see shit? And it's like, well, not when it's microdose. No. It intrigues me.
Bored. He starts firing shots at the wall. Yeah, absolutely.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, far. He did.
I don't know. It sounds like ADHD behavior.
Hilariously, and I did think this was, I mean, the sign of the times, right? He was firing VR into the wall, like firing shots into the letters, Victoria, Regent, or Regis. Which one would be female?
Would be Regent, wouldn't it?
Regentess? I don't know.
Either way, it's
Isn't it still a regent?
I know it changes for woman, I believe.
A female regent. No, I think it's just regent.
Yeah.
Queen regent.
In any case, he's high out of his mind and shooting into his wall indoors, as if it's a fucking gun range. And of course, he does so patriotically because he's Sherlock Holmes. I love it.
It's Regina.
Regina.
Yeah.
Oh, Regina. Yeah.
Thinking back on my British
Gotta go to
litterings
work in a few hours. Oof. Sorry to hear that. But thanks for dropping by, man. You'll listen to the rest later if you are in the mood to make yourself suffer accordingly.
Some of my best sleep has been after taking my Ritalin. Frank, you're one of those weirdos that I've heard about. What the fuck? God.
That Ritalin calms him down?
Yeah. I have heard. So the psych I went to, right, originally, she was like, yeah, some people actually take their ADHD medication just before they go to sleep because it actually helps them go to sleep.
Interesting.
I have never actually seen an actual example of that. I always thought that was just some bullshit. But what the fuck, man? We found him. We found the one guy.
I was gonna say
What the fuck, Frank Cap?
The only sort of interesting interaction like that I think I've ever personally experienced is like weed itself. You know, for the most part, you get stoned, you chill, you're cool, right?
Geek out for a little while and then fall asleep, right?
Right, and then. But then there's also times when I've had a good smoke where I'm like, okay, it's time to clean, and then I just feel like I've got shitloads of energy, and I'm focused, and it's and yeah, I don't know what part of it does that, but yeah.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
No.
Oh man. I was saying to Zelthor the other day, Polly, because I'd not spoken to him for a while, and
Don't you stream with him 3 times a week?
Well, not.
Well,
It doesn't mean we talked.
it's-
Fuck.
It's been a bit sloppy as of late because he's had a lot of work on, and obviously he's had a lot of work on, and I've had a lot of work on, and there's been a couple of times, a couple of nights where we missed streams, and also my back injury to contend with, and that was fun. And anyway, I'll stop moaning. So yeah, but no, it'd been a few days, and normally when I'm on Discord, and I got a belch, I'll mute out of courtesy for my fellow conversationalists.
Because there's mixed company. Ladies.
Especially.
Present,
Particularly, yeah. Exactly. But yeah, no, so one got through, and he goes, bless you. I'm like, you know what, Zelthor? It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I heard that, and I've missed it. And he's like, good, the conditioning's working.
Leave it to Sam to encourage the sacrilege. Fucking hell.
I just find it funny, so I don't really say one thing or another.
Ollie, how is it sacrilegious? How is it sacrilegious? If we can bless anything, why not bless, a goodly amount of things? Not everything, because that would be. But no.
I will openly admit I don't have a good reason. That doesn't mean it's okay.
It just makes you uncomfortable. Just admit it.
Yeah.
Just fucking admit it.
Yeah, I'll own it. Fuck it.
It's just uncomfy.
I just don't like the sound of it.
I get it. You value the explosive emission of mucus more so than you do stomach gas. I see how it is.
Expulsion of mucus.
Yeah.
I'm sneezing because my nose tickles, not because I'm trying to blow wads across the room, man. What the fuck you been up to?
What? Presumably you still cover your face when you sneeze.
Yes. Yes, I do.
I just hold them in.
I've told you, you're going to blow a fucking blood vessel doing that.
I'll be fine.
You really
Hasn't happened
won't.
yet.
Oh, I'll be fine. I've not had a stroke yet.
Yeah, surely pressure on your arteries is not cumulative.
Oh God, it's like. Okay, this is going to get a little bit crass here, and I apologize in advance. Ladies hold in their lower emissions of gas, right? They do tend to do that. It does actually, over time, cause them quite a degree of distress. Physically speaking, it's not good to hold that in all day. It's not good. And any gentleman.
Ladies, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm willing for you
I am
to
immediately going to take this the wrong way.
I am willing to allow you to suffer rather than have your butt cheeks flapping gas all day. I'm just there. I said it. It's like, I mean, I believe in the feminine mystique, and I'm not interested in you destroying it by breaking wind like a dude in a locker room.
You just don't want to believe that women shit, do you?
I am fine with the knowledge they hypothetically shit. That doesn't mean I want to listen to them grunting away on a toilet.
I'm not saying that women should just let fly wherever. That's not what I'm saying. Nobody should let fly wherever. It's impolite to do so. But
Could you please talk to my dad about that, then, please? I think he needs an intervention, unironically.
I'm just saying. Look, a gentleman who have been in long-term relationships with women know you go to the bathroom at the end of the day. It's just the definition that Jesus Christ, it could peel your eyebrows, and it's because they hold it in. It's the problem.
Now,
rather than taking little rest stops throughout the course of the day,
rest stops.
It's a restroom.
No, I was just about to say, yeah, no, it's all coming together now, isn't it?
Right. You know something wild though? Like, you've just reminded me of this. When I worked at the grocery store, like, years and years back, right? It's have to be maybe 10 years ago. I actually knew a guy where
Alpha Betty Spaghetti!
I'll get to that in a second. But I actually knew a guy where
scared the fuck out of me.
So the supervisor, right? She came by. She's like, asked me like, "Hey, yeah, do you when you fart, right? Do you hold it in and go to the toilet and fart in there?" I'm like, "No." No, why? She's like, "Oh yeah, this guy over here, like one of the co-workers, yeah, he does that." I'm like, "What the fuck?" So yeah, I've worked with a guy that actually does that. Not a woman, a man. He will hold the fart in until he can go to the bathroom, and do it there. And I'm like,
Until he can go to the
I've
bathroom
never
and
understood
sit
that.
down to let it go.
No.
And that,
not even sit down.
no,
Just go
I
in
think
there,
he
fart,
sits, no,
walk
I
out.
think he sits down.
He
for
might.
it.
He might. I don't fucking know. I didn't really ask.
It's all
I
consistent.
didn't really ask for details, to be honest, because I didn't really want to know. But at the same time, that's just like. So do you do this at home too? Yeah. Yeah, he did it at home as well. Didn't matter where he was.
Rotten Corpse guy said, "Look, sometimes you just have to sneak off and fart." Exactly. You're at a classy do. You know, you're at a classy party or something like that. You know, make your excuses. You find a restroom.
Yeah,
And
but
let
like
fly.
it was all the
Nice.
time though. Like this guy, it was all the fucking time though. Like it didn't matter the situation. It didn't matter if he was by himself. He would do that.
By himself? Now that's just weird.
Yeah.
That is weird.
No, but you get what like that's the level we're talking about with this guy.
I would make fun of that
It
man.
did not matter.
I would be
No,
ruthless.
we did. We were just like, what the fuck, man? Like, and this is two women just like going, what the hell? This is really bizarre.
The feminine mystique is dead.
So thank you, Nazi, for the $2. We all know the female fart is not real.
I beg to differ.
Yeah. Nocturnal emissions
I'm
will
not-
tell you otherwise.
Oh
Look,
god,
I'm
yeah.
willing to admit I fart. I'll admit that because I don't care. Like, it's a human function.
Yeah, it's not exactly breaking news, Far. Don't feel.
It's really not. It's really not.
No, it's breaking.
But
wind.
it's like, yeah, exactly. But it's like, I don't know, man. I certainly do not, at all times of the day, go, well, I need to fart. I am alone in my house. I'm going to seek out the bathroom to deal with this problem. That's a little weird.
Oh, like some sort of Iranian missile. Let's seek out the target and let the gas disperse.
The best thing I heard there was the open declaration to an empty room. Well, looks like I need to fart now. There's something funny about that to me.
Yes.
I don't know why I find that funny, but I do. It's good.
Look, just in case there's ghosts in the room with me, I don't fucking know.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. So, John Gotti gets recorded all the time when he was, well, not anymore because he's dead, but
Huh.
Isn't he dead?
Yeah, it's weird. They're still recording him. They just have a camera in his grave at all times. It's kind of weird.
oh fuck, that's right. I actually have 2 new donations and I didn't fucking $4 is also another one in case you're interested or whatever, or save it till next time. But yeah, it's down there. The Dutch Schultz retort. Sam, I think you saw that one. It has Tim Roth
Yeah.
playing Dutch Schultz
Mhm.
from a sadly underrated mobster movie that actually takes place at a time that we transported back to for tonight's show. So, you know, it all
We could
goes
catch it
together.
live.
That's right. And Dutch Schultz really was just that fucking crazy to do shit like that, which kind of explains the way he died. But, you know. In any case, John Gotti, who is the former boss of the Gambino crime family, was under investigation by all, the New York City Police Department, as well as the FBI, as well as the Justice Department, and a number of independently operating federal prosecutors. All had separate wiretaps on his phone and bugs in his car and in his office, his 2 different social clubs, the Ravenite and the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club. I love that he had the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club in the middle of Queens, New York, a good hour and a half drive from the ocean, and nowhere near a deer or an elk or a duck.
That reminds me of a joke. That's a little British centric, but I'll adapt it for the American audience.
Okay.
Oh, don't tell me about unemployment. I come from a small fishing village in Utah.
Right. So I wanted to put together a whole bunch of things that John Gotti said often when he was just by himself. He was a very vocal guy. I think my favorite one ever. Yeah. when they're writing mob movies, or when the writers who wrote The Sopranos, I can tell you where not all, but some of their story ideas came from. You guys read this book, you guys read that book by retired FBI agents, and they're talking about their investigation. And it's like, how do you know how given criminal subculture lives, and the kind of jokes that they tell, or the stuff that they get up to in their free time or whatever? Go to the people who actually do it and just lift their stories from them. And that's, you know, The Sopranos, more or less, hobbled together. Not insulting it. I like The Sopranos. I'm just saying. John Gotti was that guy with the fucking gangster panache that sounds made up, but no, there really are people like that. And he was one of them, man. He's talking to his girlfriend, and yes, he's married and he has children and he's happily married. He loves his wife, but of course he has a girlfriend because, you know, welcome to being a mobster, I guess.
Of course.
Yeah. And you're always trying to show off how much money you have, that like it ain't no thing to give money to your friends, your family, your girlfriend, your wife, whatever. You never say no, because you don't need to, is the idea, especially somebody who's at like the level that he's at and has been making it for as long as he has. It's part of status, right? So his girlfriend says, Johnny, can I borrow some money? I'm going out shopping tomorrow. Goes into his pocket, and like a real man, doesn't have a wallet. He's got his money, you know, in a big gangster's roll, right? And he just hands her this big roll of money held together by an elastic. She goes, but Johnny, that's all the money in your pocket. Honey, I have 2 pockets. Like, holy shit, he's on tape saying that. I love it. Like, the balls on this guy.
That's smooth as fuck.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, there
holy
really
shit.
are people like that walking around, man. It's cool.
Oh, man.
And the way-
I gotta up my
it's cool to
game.
hand your girlfriend, not your wife, just a roll of money.
Yeah. And immediately, like, he doesn't just say like this joke. It's also like put in her place a little bit. Like, don't tell me what I know and what I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? I know I just gave you all the money in my pocket, but I have 2 pockets, honey. I did.
I have 2 pockets.
Mm-hmm.
I got a set of pockets in every pair of pants out.
And then the one that's sacrilegious as hell, but still funny as fuck. He was a degenerate gambler, Gotti. I mean, they just are. He had bet the entire Saturday afternoon wide world of sports. Like, if 3 people were playing a game of basketball in Brooklyn somewhere, he had bet on it. You know what I mean? Like, he was... He's sitting there and he's got a scratch sheet for the races. It's just a list of all the horses that are racing, what their show is, and so on. And then little ticky boxes beside them so you can tick off and remember what you bet on which race. So if you're a true degenerate gambler, you've bet on the entire afternoon of fucking races, and you're not going to remember what you put money down or what you didn't, like to win, place, or show, or whatever the fuck, right? So he's sitting there and he this is all, the recording goes like this. It's just him going, fuck. Like, as he's listening to the calls of the races coming to an end, one after another, is just him saying, fuck. And you hear the static, like, because it's like the early 90s when he's changing the radio, like moving it over to the sports channel, like after you just listened to the fucking races out of Aqueduct racetrack. Okay, let me just hear how they go. And on the college basketball court circuit, blah, 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 and it lists off all the scores, and he goes, fuck. And then you just hear him, and this is me quoting John Gotti now, but this is not what I think, but you just hear him go, God is a fucking fag. Jeez, Gotti.
Oh.
Wow, buddy. Wow.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
He had, like, in 15 minutes lost 200,000. Like, and that's in early 90s money, dude. Like,
Oh my god. No, that's still a lot.
yeah. And so, just like, how could I have lost every single fucking thing that I bet on? I bet on 2 cockroaches running across the room, you know? And I lost somehow. God must be out to make a point. Well, okay then. And what does that tell you? Give it to your girlfriend next time or something.
Don't gamble?
Yeah. Ask your girlfriend who should win, because you can't pick them, man. You couldn't pick your nose.
Squizzles McCormick says, Gotti is my fucking spirit animal, on God.
Oh, fuck.
The
Oh, man.
a couple of people last week. Said some things in chat, and that also reminded me some things that I was going to end up doing that I forgot about because, well, pharmaceuticals are a bitch. What do you want me to tell you?
No.
So it's like a
Brain
sleep.
power's
going.
expensive. Pharmaceuticals are cheap.
Yeah. Makes me conspiratorial. Maybe that's the pharmaceuticals too. I don't know. Anyway, my favorite comment over the last week from the comments section. It's a simple one. Came in last Thursday, but you have to appreciate its surgical precision to get to the point with scalpel-like precision.
Okay.
It simply says, "Drunkle sucks." That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's all they had to say.
They did capitalize and put a period after. So they used proper sentence
Oh.
structure.
How punctual.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why. It was on a Noir Bar. Joker's not even
why
here.
is that on a
I-
Noir Bar?
It's like, I mean, I had to admit, I laughed out loud, so therefore it came out as my favorite one. It's like some of my favorite people in chat are my personal hecklers. You know, it's fine. Part of being online is ball busting. Yeah, Squizzle, see, you saw it, right? It's just, they're not wrong. So, well, that was my favorite comment over the last, well, it's been more than a week, but it stands out in my memory, and I also got a list going here. Somebody else asked if we can have questions from chat. Of course we can. You can ask whenever you want, but I think turning to chat at certain points, anybody who wants to ask something, let me know. And I had a hope that we could put Far on the hot seat and whatnot. Now, Far's listened to, I've made Far listen to a little bit of Razor Fist here and there. Stuff that goes on over his channel is a blast. To me, it is, because they'll like come out of nowhere and go. Like his audience, he's cultivated them for years. Like this group of thousands of people that like show up for his gaming streams on the weekends and whatnot. And so they'll have questions like, top 5 metal albums before 1985, go. Well, he's in the middle of fucking playing some game requiring, you know, hand-eye coordination perfection plus a lot of reasoning power at the same time. And now they're asking him to, like, you know, juggle too. You know,
Oh, God.
that kind of shit.
Yeah, I know those feels.
Yeah. And I think I don't have near that challenge on me. I'm not, it's not like I'm, you know, playing a video game or, and even solitaire for that matter. Those are the kind of questions that I hope we get. Especially ones that make Far think. I like the idea of questions that Far can't answer. I don't know, too. It's unpersonal. She just answers that way a lot. And in all fairness, I think that really is her honest answer. She doesn't know. But still.
You know, I
Look, at least I'm not afraid to admit I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I approve of it. I approve of it.
Razor Fist fans are nuts, but I mean, that makes for great gaming streams. It's trying to think if there's like, I'm not a gamer, and I watch a number of game streams because, yeah, they're a hell of a lot of fun. But I can't think of a series of game streams that I enjoy more than Razor Fist Arcade. If only because like the conversation is so, well, Noir Bar like.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's a little just bias on my part. I mean, not in terms of the topics and whatnot, because, you know, he's a huge metalhead and I'm not. But we are both huge fans of Westerns. We're both huge comic book fans and shit like that. But the questions that come from his chat, like, it's never, if there's going to be a question about politics, it's going to be extremely specific. It's going to be about micropolitics, not, you know, why does Joe Biden shit himself and no one care? Don't they realize what a whatever houseplant he is? And it's like, well, the answer is obviously no. You know what I mean? Questions that are as a challenge. Far demands a challenge from you, bar patrons.
No, I don't.
Yes, she does.
No, I do not.
She wants
No,
to
I
tell
do
you
not.
the top 5 songs that are currently on her playlist right now.
No,
she
I do
wants
not.
that question.
No, I don't.
Okay, I want that question because I want to hear her name 5 Nightcore songs because I know that's what's going to happen.
Because I just one of the things
Right
I actually
off.
really, it's one of the things I really like about it because you know the game streams up in there, and BG shows up relatively frequently, as does Cannibalistic Wizard, and you know what? They heckle me quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
I appreciate it. 2 reasons. A, it keeps the chat active, and who doesn't love to see an active chat, right? You know, looking to my left on the other screen and seeing that there's people actually going back and forth, and yeah, a good bit of heckling directed my way. It does cause me to split my attention, and sometimes that makes me do have a happy little accident in whatever game it is that I'm playing, and that's a good time. It's a good time. Yeah. Having to contain my rage as I die for the 7th time in a row. It's always good. It's just good.
man.
I'm sorry, just
Rand
read their chat and everything back and forth.
Here we go. Here's a good question for you, Far. Grant Sanford asks, what fucking accent is that on the chick? I presume he's talking about you, Far. Would you like to describe?
I am the chick. That is all I am. That is all I am condensed down to. Thank you. I'm joking. Australian.
Would you like to go into detail to describe the composition of your accent, Far? Because it's not just Australian, is it? It's particular.
It's Western Australian.
Uh-huh.
Notice
Can't
the lack
fuck
of
East
nasal.
Coast.
Or if I didn't know Far, I wouldn't have been able to pick out. It's like you're from.
I love that I
you're from the
managed to
East.
do that. I love that I managed to get you to be able to hear that. Honestly, it's like one of my top achievements.
Well, people throw around that saying. It's like now you've heard it, you can't unhear it. I really can't unhear it now. Like, it's like it stands the hell out when I hear somebody do it.
It does. Like once you notice it, like, and it's not everyone. To be fair, it's not everyone on the East Coast that has this. It's just more often than not. Because I have caught some Western Australians that are born and raised in Western Australia that do have the slight nasal thing. Not as hardcore, but it's there.
That's perhaps
don't really know
artifact of
why.
their voice, though, right?
Yeah, I think part of it is just the way they speak. It might just be a default nasally voice, but more often than not, East Coast Australians do have a very nasally accent.
Yep.
It is, yeah, it is more often than not the case. If you hear that, yeah, they're from the East Coast somewhere. Typically more Sydney.
That's a defensive reaction, Grant. Oh, good. Now tell us how you lost a fucking war to a bird.
I mean,
Whoa.
that was my state. That was just outside Perth as well, so fair enough.
Explain
Fucking
yourself,
fair
Far.
enough.
Let's explain your military incompetence.
Emus are tough, and the military were morons. They should have just sent bullets, because that's all the farmers were asking for. Like, unironically, all those farmers, right? They were all ex-soldiers. All of them. They all fought in World War One. All they fucking wanted was just bullets and guns to deal with it themselves. That's it. But no, the military went, nah, fuck you. Fuck you. We're gonna kill some emus and win. They didn't win. They very obviously didn't win. Their machine gun jammed on the first day.
What was the year again? Around?
Oh god, it was the 1930s. I forget the
30s?
exact year, but it was it was the 1930s though. So
You think that would
By
have been
the
the
point
end
that,
of calling
Noir
things that
Bar
weren't
is
wars
happening?
wars? Like you think
but no,
that
the
would have been
thing
the
is, though,
lesson,
right?
like the war on poverty, the war on drugs. You think the United States would have
No,
not followed
no,
in the
no,
path
no,
of the
Polly.
Emu War? Don't do it.
Polly,
Right.
the reason it's called the Emu War, though, is because it is actually legally defined as being an actual war because the military actually got sent. So it is a legitimate war. It's not just a name for it.
Okay, so
Militarily
when I was
speaking,
when I was
the
reading on
Australian
it, the
army actually lost to emus.
well,
It is a military loss. Officially.
okay, let me ask you this. Let's say that they didn't, so they hit the birds, they just didn't kill them because of their
Just kept running.
yeah, because of their armor feathers and whatnot, and presumably less than ideal ammunition for the purpose. But
Yeah.
let's just say that they missed out of sheer, they completely missed out of complete marksmanship incompetence.
Well, they were back on the back of like a 1930s truck, so keep that in mind too.
This is the most Aussie battle I've ever heard of. Let's strap a machine gun to the back of a ute and just haul off, man. Come on.
Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, and this was the actual Australian military doing this too. Keep that in mind. Like, this isn't, at this point, with the ute and the machine gun on the back, that's the military. That's not the farmers. Like, holy shit.
My question was going to be, the more I find out, like, the further down it goes, it just doesn't stop. The comedic material continues to be available to mine.
It really, oh my god, it is so fucking hilarious. It's a shame it's not taught in schools, honestly.
Well, okay.
Because it's not.
The other side didn't beat you. They survived. So I
but it still counts as a loss.
So that
still counted as a loss.
Understandably. So let's say you didn't, it's not that your ammunition wasn't effective like it was with the emus. Let's just say you completely missed your opponents because
Which they probably did, honestly.
Let's say you were fighting human beings and you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn and you just missed your opponents. Would you say that you lost that war? Or you just fucked up badly?
Well, if the other side is still doing the exact same thing they were before they, called it quits and just went home.
You failed in every military objective you had.
Yeah, pretty much. That would still be a loss on the military's part. The other side would still technically win, wouldn't they? Because they didn't really achieve the objective, which was, to shoot them and down them.
Well,
and actually do something.
Gamer Valine reminded me the other day, General Patton, George S. Patton, really did say at one point, nobody ever won a war by dying for their country. They won a war by making the other poor bastard die for his country. On that basis, yes, the emus were still marauding around the land, and therefore, yep, the Aussies lost.
Yep.
Because they were free
we
to maraud.
Did officially, yeah. And the funny part is, right, so after the military fucked off and the farmers actually got the shit they asked for, because keep in mind, the only reason this happened was the farmers asking the government for ammo to shoot the birds themselves. Like, they did not request the military for the most part, right? They just required assistance. That was it. Certain people just decided, nah, fuck that, we're sending the military in, okay? So after the military fucked off and they got their shit
we need some
that they
professionals in here.
Wanted.
We're going to send the military.
Yeah, right? And completely ignoring the fact that these farmers, they were all soldiers in World War I, right? Just completely ignore that. So they got their shit. They actually succeeded in an emu cull.
What?
The farmers were more effective at getting rid of the emus than the fucking military.
What's that got to do with a cult?
Cull.
Oh, cull.
A cull.
I was like, what was this? Cult of the Lamb? Like,
No, cult of the emu? No,
Cult of the
they were,
bird.
because they did an actual culling of the emus, right? After the military left, though. So the farmers did more to actually solve the situation than the fucking military.
That's a fucking
by what means?
mental image.
So after the Emu War happened and all the newspapers, because if you look at the newspapers of the time when this happened, it's all shit posts. It's the only way I can fucking describe these newspapers. Unironically, it is 1930s Australian shit posts in newspaper form. It is one of the most hilarious fucking things I've ever seen in old-timey newspapers. 100%. Like, there's people making jokes about the emus being these vicious enemies, people having a call for a second emu war. Fuck, that didn't go away for decades, apparently. People making these calls of we want another emu war.
Fucking people made fun of the calls for the Fifth Crusade. They said, when are you going to learn your lesson? Well, come on.
Yeah, but people, I don't know if they were joking about it, though. I don't know if they were joking about it or not. Some people probably serious, but I think most of them were jokes. I fucking hope they are. But after the Emu War actually happened, right, and people are shitposting, in some of these newspapers, you actually see pictures of the farmers after the events, right? And they're going... Just watch that.
See, if you've seen the
But,
trailer for
yeah.
Beetlejuice, she looks identical. It's
Yeah.
weird. Like,
Huh.
infernally weird, if you know what I mean.
Huh.
Yeah.
But you gonna read that, or do I finish, or what?
Oh, right. And for Sherman, thank you for the $5. A fun fact about Patton. He was the first person to make a technical, excuse me, to make a technical to fight a Mexican cowboy gang that we invaded Mexico to deal with before World War I. Yes, that actually happened, and nobody talks about it. He was the first person to make a technical to fight a Mexican cowboy gang that we invaded Mexico to deal with before World War I. His, like the Mexican War, just prior to the American Civil War, his relative was a West Point graduate and officer in that war, was he not? So wouldn't this particular instance you're talking about be like the second time a Patton had got into it with Mexico? Not that they didn't have it coming. Hey, still looking to settle that Alamo score. Call that a victory?
They wanted some alimony.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah, right?
But I guess to
You
finish
wonder
my
how you
point
get
from before,
hecklers,
though-
Sam. Fuck. I'm
I
a
guess to
righteous
finish my point from
victim. You
before,
had it
though,
coming.
Can do I finish? Do I?
You know,
not?
you absolutely finish.
No, okay. So to finish my point, though, right? So they actually had pictures of piles upon piles of emu, just dead emus in these pictures.
From the
Like
farmers.
the farmers, yeah, from the farmers, and they had several successful culls after the emu war. And you just see the pictures, and you're like, man, how the fuck did the military fuck up so badly? Because I'm not joking when I say they had a machine gun on the back of a ute, or a truck, whatever the fuck you want to call it, and it fucking jammed on the first day. And that was it. That was it. They were done.
Don't worry, madam. I'm from the government. I'm here to help.
Yeah, yeah. But it just really puts into perspective of how badly they really fucked up. Because yeah, emus are really hardy birds. Like you shoot it once or a couple of times, yeah, they keep running. But it's not impossible to take these things down. Because remember, Aboriginals were here long before the British ever hit the shores, and they were taking these things down with fucking like spears and boomerangs. There's ways of hunting emus without the use of bullets. Like they're tough, but you can kill them.
It's funny how it always comes back around to boomerangs.
Yeah. Highly recommend looking through those newspapers though if you ever want to fucking laugh. Like it's great. It's fucking great. I love the Emu War. It's one of the dumbest things my country is known for.
I'm just reading about the rifles and ammunition that they were using. So it's a 312 caliber bullet, 303. I 10,000 rounds of ammunition were expelled.
What?
The distances involved were such a large part of it. Like, okay, I mean, first of all, the accuracy of a Lewis gun is, even if you don't know it, it's kind of like famous for it. It's a spray and pray, suppressive fire kind of.
Pretty much,
thing,
yeah.
yeah.
And it jammed.
I would believe it. It was, okay, designed by the United States, never adopted by any United States military, but manufactured exclusively for foreign purchase.
Sure. Yeah, sure as fuck was adopted by the Australian military for emu extermination, apparently.
Yeah. The designed by Isaac Newton Lewis. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it is a badass looking gun for its era, but it's clearly not up to snuff.
Well, clearly.
The thing that I'm
impact and
finding the most
gravity.
interesting is that how the emus were countering them.
Yes.
Like repeatedly
God,
tried
yeah.
leading the emus into ambushes, and they wouldn't be ambushed. They kept
Yeah.
evading the ambushes.
Yes, they did. Yeah, because the emus actually. So, for birds, they're
Outthinking
kind
you?
of smarter than you think they are. Just in weird ways, though, like that. Like, yeah, they will outmaneuver you in those situations. They learn. They fucking learn quickly.
So, I mean, as they're saying here, it was just like, we would get them around, and just when we thought the idea of an ambush is that they only have one path to move in, either the direction they came from or the direction you want them to move into, the funnel. So,
Yeah.
And just as they were leading them into the funnel, they first just, they're birds. They don't have foresight. They're walking. And at that moment, they were a herd of 24, and they all decide to walk off in different directions. And it's like, now you
Yep.
decide to do that now. You've been together as a herd of 24 of you all day. And just when you're about to walk into our funnel and be led into, hot lead, and it happened again and again and again. It's like, how do you get closer? I don't know. M4 Sherman, thanks for the $5. I guess so, but I was more talking about the real patent, and the whole reason we did that was because of the gang. The gang that killed 3 Americans and captured 10 Americans, and that happened around 1903, I think. I am happy to hear that there was a response, because sadly, not only wouldn't there be one today, there isn't one today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, tourists go down to different provincial regions of Mexico and are, drug cartels take them hostage, end up killing them. It's like, well, the State Department issues a warning to travelers. Oh, so there's like a known threat to U.S. citizens, like in your neighboring country, and you're not doing anything about it. Frustrating.
Slightly disgusting, frankly. The lack of response in modern times.
Yeah. I got to tell you, I'm curious what would happen if you got caught in a diplomatic situation and went to the local embassy and, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a country that's like a non-Western country that isn't exactly in the middle of political decline.
Oh, that's a short list.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Like, what are the diplomatic personnel there just going to be like, what do you want from me? And it's like, what are you talking about? You're a foreign service officer. I want you to help me out. I'm a citizen. Here's my passport. The fuck? That kind of thing. I mean, I've talked to lots of people who are doing the foreign service exam and whatnot. They want to go do State Department stuff, and they have really high-flown ideas of patriotism and foreign service and what the diplomatic corps is like. And it's like, I don't know, man. I've never worked in an embassy overseas, but something tells me it ain't like the movies. You know what I mean? It probably bears as much resemblance, diplomatic work on that level, as much as old country doctor coming and doing a house call relates to actual medicine. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that the fucking truth? Well, the ever-expanding bureaucracy is partly to blame for that.
Yeah, well. Here, by the way, in case, and here's I'm going to go with you guys because I have to eventually, Annie.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Boom. There it is, the Lewis gun.
That's a chunky boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
Like, this fucking thing. Imagine letting off at them giant ostrich-looking fuckers, and they just kind of squawk and walk and continue to be stupid.
I mean, that is an excellent description of what probably happened. Just squawk and walk.
Yeah.
You think they were trying to go for headshots and, with the heads being so small?
No, I think they're probably just aiming for the big bodies.
The as I understand it, they're like, Sam, you know how, I mean, you hunt, right? Like using you have a sharp as fuck bush knife, proper carbon steel knife, and you use it to cut.
Two.
I'm sorry?
Preferably two.
Preferably two. And you use it to cut open a deer, and it's dull from the deer's hair, not the bone, not the flesh, but the hair of all things. And
Well, yeah, it's like cutting paper, right?
right. And you
It
think,
does
wow,
blade very quickly.
how could steel possibly fold under those conditions? And it's like, well, it can and does and has to inevitably, in just the material science involved, it needs to be understood properly on that level. It's like dragon skin or dragon scale body armor. How is it that these, because there ain't much emu underneath all them layers and layers and layers of feathers, right? And plus they fold up their wings, creating more and more layers of feathers. The result, they actually are pretty fucking well armored against relatively slow moving rifle bullets. Nice timing. I gotta say, I love this gun. It looks like Boba Fett's out for a bad weekend, you know?
Yeah, just the color scheme a little bit. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the stock, I think.
Mm.
Nothing says, just came out of World War I like a pointless touch of wood that's properly stained and polished with a loving care. Shit. Oh. Get a better mouse. And for Sherman, thank you for the $5. Oh, and what you and what you make you more what? Oh, and what make you more sad, River Otter? We sent almost 500,000 men to kill and capture a gang of 15 outlaws to send a message of fuck around and find out to other outlaw gangs operating out there. Jesus. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not. But now you got me curious, M4 Sherman. Now I want to know about the operation. I want to know, like, 500,000 men. That is a incredible mobilization. I'd never even heard of it. That's not to say it didn't happen. No, I believed it happened. I just hadn't heard of it. It's like most people hadn't heard of the war in the Philippines. Those little 5-foot bastards kept going. Oatsan, thank you for the $7. Greatly appreciated. Would you care for a hambone in this trying time? Please actually be the hambone. Yes, it is. That was the Handgun Hambone, man. Hold on. Good memory. I had to keep it because, that matters. Oh, so there's a good example for the 1911, the greatest handgun ever made. Fight me.
No fight here.
I won't, because I don't really have an opinion.
It's fine. I just the 1911 was designed originally to take a 38 caliber bullet, which is actually a nickname. It's measured 0.35 of an inch, 35 caliber bullet, regardless.
Why do they always lie about the caliber?
In the case of 38, when they put a decimal in front of it, that's I don't know what to call that, a clerical accident, because there isn't supposed to be. It's based upon a model 38, not 38 caliber. So when people write it as 0.38, it's not supposed to be point anything. Like the original 38 Smith & Wesson and 38 Special. Yeah, they're based on an earlier gun model's name of 38, not upon the caliber. Now 44, that's just a lie, because it's actually 429. That is just false advertising, because they do write it as 0.44, 44 Russian, 44 Special, 44 Magnum. Yeah, they're all 0.429. So that is just a ball of lies. Now 45 is actually 451. So if anything, they undersell it a little. One of my favorite sayings about 9mm versus 45. It's like, oh yeah, but I've got 9mm hollow points. Yeah, your 9 might expand, but my 45 will never shrink. There's some grandpa reasoning for you, but it kills me. It makes me laugh. But so anyway, John Moses Browning designed the 1911 originally to take 35 caliber bullet that they were like 35 long Colt that they were using at the time. After their experience in the Philippines, when you shoot one of them little bush motherfuckers like 2-3 times and they don't drop, yeah, decided we needed a 45 caliber bullet, something like the 45 Colt, like the classic Colt single action army, something with a little bit more mass and weight to it, and thus 45 ACP, and God's caliber.
Amen.
But so far,
Amen.
that should make you feel better. I mean, we're talking about tiny little Philippines people, and they got hit by handgun rounds, and it didn't stop them. And they didn't have feathers that I know of.
That you know of.
Yeah. I mean, they might have had ceremonial feathers, but they weren't running around with them that I know of. Anyway, just...
Philippines is a wild place, man.
Have you been?
No.
There we are. And for Sherman, thanks for the $7 and the Handgun Hambone. I would like to stay longer, but I might drink what's left of my alcohol, which is a bad idea since I need to wake up early. So, good night, River Otter. Nice, nice upside down foot lady, and night Vichy Frenchie.
God.
Okay. Holy shit.
Fucking Christ.
You called
He just
her
really,
a degenerate and him a fucking traitor, man. Holy
yeah,
shit.
he just slapped that down on the table and was just like, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you, I'm going to bed.
I'd rather be a foot model.
Do you want to swap?
No.
Do you want to swap the insult?
Sure. Sure.
I'd rather be called a foot.
Speaking.
I'd rather be called a foot. I'd rather be called a foot whore than a Vichyite.
Right.
Them's fighting words, man.
Christ.
Yeah, if I have to choose between, sucking up to Nazis or sucking up toes, I'm picking the toes. It's less degrading.
Well, as the saying goes, it's one thing to suck up, it's one thing to sell out, but when you're a collaborator, you're fucking over your own people to sell out. That's as bad as it gets.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a reason treason is what it is. You know what I mean? In my opinion. I mean,
that sounds like a lyric. There's a reason that treason is what it is.
I mean, the same reason that it's really hard for me to do Cold War studies when it gets around East Germany and the Stasi come up, and it's like the fucking Stasi, man. For the sake of Moscow orders, they're doing it to their own people. I mean, my God. Anyway.
On the subject of firearms, though, I sent you a little summon there, and I have been trying to work out what the fucking base rifle is that they've used to create this thing. I'm leaning towards some sort of AR-AK hybrid, but I just don't know. I don't know enough about Rusky weapons or Rusky-based weapons.
Hold on here. I do know how to use Discord. Just not effectively.
It's a touch loud, so.
Oh, here we go. This video. Okay. Let us. It's okay because of my. Whoa.
Cookie warning.
That's a big sheet of cookie warnings.
Yeah, you must. Your VPN must be listing itself as in Europe. That's the one we get.
Really?
Huh.
Yep. You can go ahead and reject it.
I actually don't know where I am located in the world.
Where am I? Who am I?
If you choose reject all, we will not use cookies for these additional purposes. Nice, reject all. Fuck you.
Pulse rifle.
Oh, it's trying to make a little pulse rifle. Or did. I have a bolter. Yeah, but you ain't no space marine. You don't have the wrists to hold it when that thing fucking lets off, man. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe he does. Let's find out.
What the fuck?
Look at the fucking smoke coming off that thing.
It's a Sega semi-automatic shotgun as a base, I believe.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Interesting. Didn't even consider it.
It would explain the smoke at a minimum.
I just thought that might be down to the short barrel length and the wide open wide open bolt.
It almost, yeah, I mean, the bolt does look, it looks like it's firing from an open bolt, even though I would be willing to bet that it's not.
Well, there's a lot of fucking, there's a lot of breath coming out of it when it fires.
But you can see
you see the flash?
Yeah, you can see the bolt handle / forward assist. I know it's not a forward assist, but who doesn't use a bolt handle for a forward assist on occasion? Yeah, I think it's a lot like, I mean, obviously there's a built-up chassis around it.
Yeah.
If that magazine looks like one of the, I'm not good at doing that, identifying. Like, I hear you, where it's like, it looks like an AR-15 magazine well. And that magazine itself looks like...
That's what was tripping me. Because if you looking at the positioning of the fucking, what do you call it, ball carrier and everything, that's in the same sort of position and configuration as what you see on a lot of AKs and reproduction AKs.
Mm-hmm.
Ever so slightly forward of the magwell.
That's what it looks like I'm looking at. Like, this is the Surefire 60-round 223 5.56 mag. It looks like it gets wider, like halfway down with that interesting geometry that it has.
He does turn it round right at the end of the clip, and I think it's...
No, it's not. No, it's, I mean, it's... You can see the air holes right through it, which makes me think back to shotgun again.
Yeah, it could be. Could well be. Yeah, I just didn't have enough information. I thought, well, we've got a bunch of really quite well-versed gun nuts in here. Maybe they've got some ideas there. I've asked Reaper, but he's not got back to me yet either.
Yeah, what I won't deny is that whoever did the mock-up on the chassis did a good job. It doesn't look like sheet metal and tin snips. It looks good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, it looks like a full-sized machined upper. Yeah, even though it's not, obviously. It's a mock-up that's pretty fucking well done. I like the look of it.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I knew bolter guns better to say how close it is to one.
I sent it to my little brother and he said, not fully automatic. Heresy. Exterminatus.
Are bolter guns not like ridiculously versatile? Like heat-seeking rounds that go around corners, rounds that tracking rounds for targets. Once the target's identified, they seek the target. That kind of shit, isn't that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Say, I paid much more attention to the plasma pistols in the Warhammer universe. I love them fucking things.
And in my mind, it's not like they what they're going for is obvious. I mean, they got chain swords, chainsaw swords. Okay, they're admitting the level of fantasy that they're delving into. Leave them alone. Way I look at it.
Mm-hmm. Platty says mag is too big for a normal AK. Yeah, that's kind of what got me. It's like, cause I mean, what a 7.62x39 is the what's it for a regular AK, and that's clearly broader than that, clearly longer rounds than that. Yeah, I don't know. It confused me. But I ended up looking at the AR-AK 21 or Iraq 21, and that's the magwell positioning right up against the trigger guard and all that kind of shit. It's very, very similar, and that's just basically what AR lower with AK action and AK upper.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, yeah, just don't know. It's beyond my ken.
I have seen. I don't know. I think it's because I've been watching a bunch of different Star Trek lately. That the fleet phaser rifle. It's really fucking bugging me, rifles that you can't shoulder.
Yeah.
What is the point then? Why not just go with a hand phaser and say, because it's more powerful? Is that it? Is that all it comes down to? Because if you can't shoulder it, you've just lost the point in having a long gun. Well, you've lost a lot of the point in having a long gun.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who's ever, Sam, which is easier to fire over distance? A rifle or a handgun? I mean, the answer is
rifle.
Yeah, you get multiple points of support, etc.
No, it's all triangles, isn't it? All comes down to the triangles.
Yeah, and I like the look of the Starfleet phaser rifle, but it doesn't even have like a fold-out stock or whatever the fuck, and that's just terrible.
Yeah. I'd want one for comfort, if nothing else.
Why would you shoulder an energy weapon? To aim for not over recoil or anything of the sort. Just because there isn't any. But like I said, just to be able to fucking aim the thing. Because otherwise you're going to end up firing twice for each person that you try and shoot. Once to see where your beam is pointed. and then the second one to actually hit the target. Do you know what I mean? Like every first shot you fire would basically be a tracer shot. You're not gonna be able to tell that the stupid little hollow fucking projection sight that they have at the back that's supposed to be kind of like an EOTech hollow sight, but doesn't function that way. I don't even understand the fucking purpose of it. Star Trek will get into ridiculously detailed Trekno babble about how the warp engines work, and they won't tell you how this stupid little flip-up green sight works. It bugs me. In any case.
No, just like I said, I thought I'd throw it out there.
Like an aftermarket Sega Mag-Me. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Just a Sega semi-auto. Super 21, hey, how's it going? Thanks for the $3. That's why in First Contact they get their new phaser rifles. Hell, even the new ones that Voyager had, that those were cool. Except for the compression rifles. Those are some of the stupidest phaser rifles I've ever seen. Starfleet words. They're the most uncomfortable thing to fit under your fucking arm ever. Look how wide that thing is, man.
Jesus.
Yeah. And you see the actors walking around with it, and actors who clearly have never picked up a firearm in their life, they look awkward as fuck with that thing. And you're supposed to be happy because it's got a seatbelt strip on it? Come on.
When you need a seatbelt for your gun?
Yeah. Yeah.
Strap in, motherfucker.
I forget what's
You gotta be cool about firearm safety.
Right. Oh, there we go. Look at that thing from the top. Come on.
How are you supposed to hold that?
Why would anyone design this thing like this? It's like, okay, well, they need the extra space for all of its guts, its innards and technical circuitry mumbo jumbo. Okay, then build it up and down, not left and right. Make it really tall, not really wide. How the fuck are you supposed to carry that goddamn thing? You see it bouncing off people's back when they're running down crew corridors and shit. Ooh. It's just, they're terrible.
Yeah, if you've ever slung your rifle too high over your fucking back and then tried to, sprint, and that's smacking you in the back, that's going to be happening, except there's going to be fucking points of pressure along that. Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel it.
You know what I've always wondered? Why don't the Klingons have bayonets for their disruptor rifles?
Right up their alley, right?
Right. If anyone was good, they've all got bat'lests slung to their backs and knives on their hips. Why wouldn't they have bayonets too? As if that's too primitive for them. We talking about every time they get close to someone, they whip out their sword. That's how they roll.
Reinforce the gun chassis and stick a blade down the fucking length of it. Why not? Fuck it.
See, I've always been a strong believer in, like, if you don't know how to design guns, okay, that's fine. Well, I don't know what real guns look like. Just make it look like it'll fly.
Yeah, I suppose.
Right? Does it look aerodynamic? Yes. Then it will, quote, look right. See what I'm saying? Like, how much cooler does this green energy weapon look? A lot. This looks like something that
Halo got right.
Your specially abled child came up with,
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like someone designed a sex toy to be as uncomfortable as possible.
I mean, look at the rear pistol grip on it. Guys, come on. The fuck? And here's,
I got nothing, man.
Yeah, and here's poor Tuvok walking around with one. See, that's how you got to hold it, out in front of you. they've got their multi-terawatt tuning forks. I would. The pulse rifle from Aliens, yeah, that thing. Not only does it look streamlined, it also looks ruggedized as fuck. One of the coolest fantasy guns, in my opinion, of all time. It looks like something you'd want to go to war with. Whereas this thing, not so much. Those are hangy hooks.
Oh, God.
You put giant knobs hanging off the side of the thing so you could stow it?
That's not how that works at all.
Yes, no.
That's gonna get caught on absolutely fucking. Are you gonna be trying to scribble around a fucking corner, something like that? Sticking that out around a corner, that's gonna get fucking hooked on everything.
As they say, like in the fiction, late 23rd, 24th century, chemically propelled weapons. That's how they describe firearms, chemically propelled weapons, because these are all energy weapons, right? We have a term for that. It's called a snag point. That's how primitive we are. We've got a word for the ways that you guys fuck up all the time.
Why no wrist-mounted phasers? That's what gets me. Or like arm-mounted phasers. So I'm going into a fight.
Like Galvatron and just fire out your wrist.
That's what I'm saying. There is a chance I may drop my weapon. Let's avoid that entirely. You want to talk about because there's no recoil to contend with, yeah.
Right.
So lift your arm up, squeeze, pulls. Job done.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know about the wrist-mounted one, but you do raise an interesting point. Why don't the phasers have lanyards?
Right.
They toss those things around and juggle with them like they weighed 12 and a half ounces. You drop that fucking thing all the time. I'd want a lanyard for it. Modern handguns have lanyards.
The little clicky things to move to the next slide at presentations have got lanyards, goddammit. Why not you face it?
That could be dangerous to your hand. Yeah, well. People somehow still manage to shoot their hands and feet. Don't ask me how, but... Okay.
Parent Tactical Gen 12.
So content.
Yeah.
Content.
What do you mean, Far? We are the content. We're great.
Well, yeah, I know, but you know what I mean.
10 stunning homes not built by humans? What does that mean?
I
don't know.
AI homes.
Sounds like the beavers are up to their propaganda again. Polly.
Oh, right, the fucking beavers.
Oh, it's the damn beavers. Right?
Damn beavers. I see what you do.
Yeah, they're just down the street from us, right?
You have beavers in Australia?
No, I'm saying down the street from fucking Noir Bar, Polly.
Oh.
I'm adding to the lore. Fuck.
Yeah, if it's anything that Noir City lacks is lore. I'm not complaining. I didn't know we had beavers here. It was news to me.
Yeah, they're underground most of the time.
To the Beaver Avenue. Sorry.
It's okay. No one knows the song you were singing anyway. It's fine. I was so I'm watching Star Trek Picard and getting angry at streaming service shows because
I was about to ask why.
What?
I was about to ask why.
Why am I getting angry, or why am I watching it?
Why are you watching Picard?
Well, I felt that I could be angrier in life, so
That's what Twitter's for. We've been through this.
I didn't say angry at all of humanity. I just meant angry in a general sense. So I'm watching it if you're a writer, and I'm not a professional writer, but these people are, and they get paid tens of thousands of dollars per script, and they're not earning it, in my opinion. When you are naming something in your show, you're writing a futuristic show. It's Star Trek, supposed to be happening in the 24th century. Okay. And whatever tech thing you're hearing of this week that is the big trend, you write into your show, you don't deserve to be paid for what you're doing. There should be a cost penalty associated with damaging people's willing suspension of disbelief.
Mm-hmm.
They're breaking into the Daystrom Institute, a big technical science institute named after the famous Dr. Daystrom. They have to make it like a mission because you go in there and grab what you want. It's supposed to be a highly secured black site, basically. So in describing the security system, not knowing what they're going to find, of course, it's a highly sophisticated AI. Because the writer's an asshole who's been watching TV and has been creating art through prompts lately. Like, you prick. What do you mean AI?
Probably if it's used like ChatGPT. Well,
there's artificial intelligence in the sense of like, Lieutenant Commander Data and
the writers of the show.
Machine learning systems all over the place. But for some reason, when it comes to the security system of this one little space station, it's a highly sophisticated AI. Why would you use that term suddenly out of nowhere? It
wouldn't use an AI for a security system anyway.
Yeah,
fixed
right?
protocols, not adaptive learning. What the fuck?
It's completely crappy writing when you find out what's going on with that AI and blah, blah, blah. It's the writer did not do their job. They had to allude to something. So when it was discovered upon getting there, one would, as the audience member, would be, oh, holy shit, that's what was responsible for the security there? And that feeling doesn't happen at all because the writer didn't deserve their money. Do you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They failed to build the anticipation and make the reveal that was coming mean something. They got told what the story beats are. We're going to Daystrom. This thing, it's got to be peril upon the way, and eventually reaching their objective, they find out what they thought was going to be there isn't. Instead, it's this big surprise. And the person in writing that, like, fuck, man, you and I writing notes on the back of a napkin with crayons could have done a better job.
Well, we fixed Star Wars, didn't we?
We did, as did many others. It's not only our credit alone. Pretty much a drunk 5-year-old could have done a better job than some of the people at Disney let have hand at it. Anyway,
you know what, Polly? Maybe we should sometime. Maybe we should go through each episode of Picard, right? Endure that torment for the benefit of everybody else and just fix it. I mean, or better yet, throw the whole thing in the recycle.
Don't get me wrong. There's Far's heard my theory on this. Things that are bad, that are like, we're talking red letter media, best of the worst level bad. They're fun to watch. And that's what famously makes
so
something.
Bad they're good.
Yeah, so bad it's good. Because it's just a fucking dumpster fire. So therefore it becomes entertaining in and of itself. It's when it's middling or could have been good and they just keep failing to connect with the punches they're throwing, with the drama they're attempting to lay down or lay out. That's the problem. There's a reason that the worst episode of Star Trek, in my opinion, ever, out of all over 700 episodes of it that there have been, that's just going from Enterprise back, not including any of the, corporate zombie Star Trek that's going on right now, is an episode called Threshold, because it starts off so fucking good and then just completely falls apart and ends with complete senseless nuttery. He de-evolved into a lizard and kidnapped the captain, who also de-evolved into a lizard. And then they had lizard children. And then the doctor fixed it and they turned back into humans in the last few minutes of the episode and said, let's never talk about this again. Literally, the captain said to Lieutenant Paris, let's never talk about this again. And they never did.
Jesus. Spider-Man already did that and did it better. Much better.
How Red Dwarf did it better.
They did. They did it.
Like, think about that.
Of course, the only thing that can kill a Vindaloo.
when you cannot think of a way to end an episode, how the fuck did it ever make it to $1 million production when it was clear you didn't know what to do with the second half of your story? It started off so interesting. It really went places, then all of a sudden just fell the fuck apart into lizard children. What the fuck? And that's what makes it the worst episode ever. Not because it was a dumpster fire, but because it started off great and ended terrible. When all of my top 10 worst episodes of Trek are 15 minutes worth of material, they're good for a vignette, not a hour-long episode. They just don't have the story to support it. And that's what's going on with Star Trek Picard. It's not that it's bad. It's just they kind of don't have enough. So everything's kind of dragged the hell out. Why are these people talking about this? I thought they had this incredible get up and go, we got to go do this right now or the universe is going to die type desperation. But they took a moment to sit around and all talk about their personal histories for a while. Why?
Oh, it's like a knockoff ketchup tasting facility full of fucking weak sauce.
Wow.
I'm going to remember that. That's good.
You can have that one.
All right, here we go. Ridiculously expensive toys for the filthy rich.
Oh, great.
No, I don't.
Things we will never have.
Well, see, here's the thing.
I never won.
Right.
I mean, I never want them either, but
I'm willing to bet that these are things that are so retarded that only the rich would buy them. So let's laugh at the rich, everyone. Let's point and laugh at the rich. Server 21, thanks for the $3. SF Debris said it best about Threshold, quote, only on Voyager could they build an engine that can fly to infinity. And it's the B plot. Bart, let me tantalize you with just a few sentences, okay? Yeah, okay. Star Trek, they go warp speed, right? It's
yeah.
Faster than light travel. The warp factor is how many orders of magnitude in multiples you are past the speed of light. Now, if you notice, they're always like, warp 7 is pretty fast, 8's really fucking quick, 9, oh my god, and then they get up to like 9.975, which is Voyager's top.
10 is impossible.
Yeah. Why is it impossible? In this episode, they decided to go with it. And they said because of the current measuring system we're using, warp 10 would mean that you've reached infinite velocity. Meaning what? Teleportation. You're occupying simultaneously every spot in the universe. You're just everywhere. So you have literally infinite velocity. Well, their problem is that not that they can't do it, but that they never had dilithium, which is how they channel the plasma that comes from the antimatter reaction, blah, 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 all the Star Trek engine babble that makes the ship go fly. They discovered a new dilithium ore that could actually manage this. So they're fucking around with a shuttlecraft trying to make it go warp 10. And sure enough, they put Tom Paris, who's a test pilot by trade, in this thing. He flies off and just disappears off their sensors. And when he reappears, every spare little space for a bit of memory in the shuttle's computers are filled with information on every square centimeter of the entire sector. Infinite velocity is real. He just went infinite velocity. He was everywhere in the sector at once. And so the chief engineer...
Back overflow.
Yeah, the chief engineer has this fascinating line. She goes, then it's just a matter of navigation. Like they're lost, like Voyagers, they're lost on the other side of the galaxy and on their way home, which is a 75-year trip. Like they're ever going to make it. That's the plot of the show. They're lost on the other side of the galaxy, trying to make their way home. Chief engineer B'Elanna Torres is like, then it's just a matter of navigation, just trying to figure out where to come out of warp 10, and you can literally teleport anywhere. We could be home as long as as long as it takes to push a button. And then Captain Janeway, kind of thinking a little bit more deeply, says, it could do more than that, Lieutenant. It could change the very nature of our existence. We could be anywhere at any time for any length of time. Nothing, literally nothing would be beyond our reach.
Omnipresence.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And then lizard babies. You know those fair rides where you just like kind of like drop off a cliff straight down? That's what it feels like watching that episode. It's like cool and imaginative and expansive. And then all of a sudden, Paris turns into a lizard and kidnaps the captain. She turns into a lizard and they have children. Why? They never say. But they do say never to talk about it again. Right? So yeah.
First rule of Lizard Club.
You don't talk about Lizard Club.
So Server 21 is not wrong. They built an engine that can fly past infinity, and it was the B plot of the storyline. That wasn't even the main storyline. I was like, wow, guys. Wow. And you had $1 million per show budget, huh? Fuck. Okay, 10 ridiculously expensive filthy toys. Or whatever. Words to that effect.
That's a different list, Polly.
No vibrating beads here. What the fuck? When money isn't an issue, one can
Wait,
indulge.
that's number 5.
Oh no. There better not be sex toys in here. I see that filth. It's getting on here. Okay. The other day, I felt like there was something in my eye. I went and checked, and sure enough, I had a fucking eyelash in there, and I'd been blinking at it all afternoon. I was so mad at myself for not getting it out of there earlier.
Thanks, 721 for the $3. Ridiculously expensive toys for the rich. Speaking of Star Trek.
Yeah. So number 10, as you can probably see here, is the robotic bartender. 25,000?
I've had a robotic bartender.
So did I, but
Yeah.
not talking about his personality for a while, the man could mix an okay drink.
Jamie could make some conversation.
A robotic bartender is for a niche group of people who like to drink, don't like bartenders or bars, and are too lazy to mix their own drink and have $25,000 to blow on a drink mixer. It's very niche, is what we're saying.
No, you're kidding.
Yeah, the computer screen with the like ruggedized touchscreen thing. It looks like the ones I have at 7-Eleven or the squirrel prompters that maitre d's have in mid-range restaurants for seating arrangements.
Okay, real talk though. How easy would it be to turn this into just your own personal Slurpee machine?
Somewhere between very and it's already been done.
Yeah, probably. But this doesn't have to be alcohol.
I'm not opposed to this idea because you can have, I mean, Far, you like gin? You ever had a oh shit, what do they call it with like lime slush and gin? Delicious.
No.
Oh, it's delicious.
No, I have not.
So refreshing. So yeah, a Slurpee machine that serves up lime sluds. Yeah, I want sludge.
Yeah, slud.
Yeah.
It's now slud. Come get the slud, only at Noir Bar.
The robotic bartender has 600 drink options that you can choose from a touchscreen interface. I would just wear out the part of the screen that has neat on it. How do you like your scotch? Well, like Marlowe in a glass. What about your bourbon? Same thing. And before you go any further, the same with all them drinks. I just, yeah. The only mixed drink that I actually really like is a martini. And I order it so teeth-pullingly dry. It's just, they just show it the vermouth. Did you ever hear the recipe for the world's driest martini, Sam?
I believe we talked about this before, but I've forgotten. Re-enlighten me.
It's 4 fingers of ice-cold vodka, potato vodka, and then you drink it while staring at a picture of Alessandro Schwartz, the inventor of vermouth.
That's like a lot of GoFundMe's out there. I'm now thinking of a game.
That is such a good joke. I've got to put up a fucking framed picture of Alessandro Schwartz over in the corner. Every bar should have one just to be able to do that joke. Fuck, that's funny. It kills me. I thought as far as you could go was some bartenders with the atomizers misting their martinis with a little bit of vermouth.
Oh, God.
And then one bartender in New Orleans got fairly creative. His self-promoted world's driest martini, he opened the bottle of vermouth and set it in front of a fan, which was pointed at you. So it wafted the smell over in your direction.
For fuck's sakes.
But he didn't think of the pitcher method. Imagine how much booze you'd be able to buy for 25 grand, y'all.
Quite a bit.
This is some poor man thinking right here. Take it to heart. Take the booze, not the fucking robot. Gotham golf cart.
Oh my god. Look at that.
It really does look like the thing that shot out of the Batmobile.
Mm-hmm. Imagine the sound of it.
Oh god, it probably sounds like them fucking Barbie magical miracle wheels or whatever they're called. Them damn little cars that are loud as fuck because they have no gears.
Mm.
What would Bruce Wayne drive on a golf course? Anything he wanted. Well, probably not this golf cart because it would give away his secret identity pretty quickly. But for anyone who just wants to pretend that they're Batman when they play golf, this is a Batman Begins inspired Batmobile golf cart made from black alloy. Supposed to making out of carbon fiber. I only say that because like clearly money's not an object for you. Golf cart has a top secret. I don't even know where I got the word secret from. It's not even in that sentence. The golf cart has a top speed of 38 miles per hour, which is more than double the speed of average golf carts. Able to catch up with any emu you might want to chase and shoot. Because if there's anything the game of golf is known for, it's speed. That's a
How dare she? I wanted that cake.
28,500 for this little fucker.
For the low price of 28,500, this too could be yours.
Yeah.
Thank you, Serpent21, for the $3. How do these robot bartenders respond to requests for whiskey, little whiskey? They hit Clooney in the nose with a newspaper.
See, nothing could. Who was that?
Serpent21.
Serpent 21? And leave it to a long timer to get it. That's why an AI will never have the. I don't care how much machine learning you have. You cannot teach a robot to be angry at Clooney. They'll never be able to feel the depth of rage that I do. If they watched Ocean's 11, they wouldn't get why it's an insult to Frank Sinatra that fucking movie exists, and they wouldn't understand how stupid that line is. You could program them to act hatefully, but they could never feel it. I get mad just thinking about it. So stupid. Clooney would walk up to this machine, and, say to the robot, "Make me a drink, any old little drink," and the thing would react like a fucking robot from fucking 60s Star Trek. Smoke would start coming out the top of it. Make, drink, what, and just burn out.
There's the Alexa voice. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Don't you just walk in golf like normal people? No, rich people don't drive around. As I was talking to my dad about it, because he's a pretty avid golfer. Spends most of his time playing public 9-hole golf courses and driving range, because he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, my dad. He doesn't like... the amount of times I've heard him say, "I'll be damned if I pay green fees," like meaning yearly membership fees at fancy golf courses. Apparently the prices are nuts, and I've got no right complaining about how much the gun range I belong to costs on that basis. I guess if you're playing a full 18 holes, my dad says that a golf cart is a good idea because it's so long in between tees, like unnecessarily long, that they cover way too much fucking space. You're not just going for a comfy walk. They're not a tight 9 holes. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, there you go. Or my dad's just lazy. Whack-a-mole bar.
Really?
But it's just
why?
It's a 70s arcade game built into a cabinet. Why is it 35 grand?
Why? Who conceived of this idea?
When closed, it looks like a 90s style bookcase. Oh, I beg to differ. Your 90s looks a lot like my 70s. And I'm a time traveler. I would know. When you open it up, it's a working whack-a-mole game with an overhead bar. But what makes this...
Yeah, this isn't... this doesn't sound like a disaster waiting to happen or anything.
What? There's nothing breakable around the giant mallets you have.
But like, they're not gonna get drunk with their ass and like completely miss,
Of course they are.
like whack the actual cabinet.
You know the bit that upsets me, right? Is this it? It's got an overhead bar. You mean a shelf with some liquor on it?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
not like
think
it's got
that's,
suspended glassware. It's a good point. Okay.
This is this is just really I don't even know what to call this.
Scam, far.
Dumb? Yeah, well, yeah, scam. That comes to mind.
Just look how shitty it is.
Man, rich people.
It's so
Rich people will
shitty.
buy anything.
Like, that's not even an IKEA quality cabinet. The wood is like 3/8 inch plywood with fucking wood veneer on top. It's not even, wood. Just particle board. You got a lot of fucking balls asking 35 grand. Someone's walking away with 3,400 unexplained dollars, man. 34,000 unexplained dollars. I mean, if you give me the whack-a-mole machine, I can make the rest of it for you for like $300.
Right. Including time.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about making anything. I just mean going to IKEA. That's all they did. Okay.
Man, the rich really will just buy anything.
I have a feeling that
That's what I'm learning.
This is a nag purchase, but I want it. Like somebody just, and the rich person relents because silence is golden or something. I don't know.
Well, they have two pockets.
But what makes this game so special is that the moles can be personalized to look like people you want to whack.
You can do that with any whack-a-mole machine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The seller
Like,
suggests
you don't
putting
need
pictures of
to
your
put a
exes
whole
or former
cabinet around
bosses.
it.
That's so stupid. I gotta say, you gotta be grateful for small blessings. I could have sworn they were gonna say you could hit Trump heads. I thought it was coming.
Oh God, thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God it wasn't that.
The game is lit with LED lights and comes with 2 leather paddles. It costs $35,000. And for some perspective, if each game of Whack-A-Mole was a quarter to play, you'd have to play over 140,000 games to make this purchase worth it.
Just buy the liquor.
Yeah. Again.
Just buy the cabinet on its own. If you're that desperate for fucking whack-a-mole, of all the things, whack-a-mole.
Not even pinball.
It's.
And put your boss's face on a fucking dartboard. That goes with a bar better than
Yeah,
Whack-A-Mole
like everyone
anyway.
else does.
Yeah, right. The Martin Jetpack.
Okay.
$150,000 to $200,000. New Zealand's Martin Jetpack Company first debuted their jetpack in 2008, and in 2016 they're looking to release a commercial version. I don't see any problems that could go on wrong here. No one's going to launch themselves into, low atmospheric orbit or side of a mountain or just
or debut themselves here.
Yeah, right. There's no flying human cinders awaiting us at all.
Like that dude who strapped a bunch of fireworks to a chair and I'm gonna.
Remember that poor bastard who built his own spaceship to go to prove the Earth was flat?
Yeah. I mean, basically the same thing, right?
That video, everyone I heard that
was
watched it had the same emotional ride that I did. Like, what the hell just happened? And then off in the distance, like Wile E. Coyote, you see him land and a puff of desert smoke go up. And it's like, holy shit, he's dead.
We used to section people. We used to do that. We used to institutionalize people. But why was that man allowed to do that? Like, come on.
There is a yeah. Clearly, no one loved this man.
Oh my God.
Well, I was trying to think of a nice way to say it. Who would allow a loved one to risk themselves with a Wile E. Coyote invention?
The Earth is flat.
Okay.
Other people that fucking agree with this madman, that like, yeah, this is a totally good idea. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Why
Well,
would
he knew that nobody loved him, and that was just a really elaborate suicide.
The first thing that came to mind, like,
This way, we'll never have to hear shit about the flat Earth ever again.
who would use technology in such an obviously predictably incompetent way that it would blow up in his own face? What's a better example of that? And right away, Wile E. Coyote came to mind. Your best example is a fucking cartoon character, and this is what you're actually proposing and spending your money towards and building, and your friends and family know you're doing it, and they're all like, "You go, Hal." Man, they want that insurance money. Something. No one thought to suggest to this man a commercial weather balloon with like a camera tied to it or something.
No, it's too easy. It's too easy.
Yeah, there's no explosives
Gotta
involved.
send myself up into orbit. Don't trust cameras.
Acme is based in Canada. Was he Canadian? I'm surprised Nanny State didn't step in. All right, the pack is.
No, they're all.
I'm sorry. Was it?
I was going to say, what, the Canadian state stepping in to prevent somebody from administering their own Canadian healthcare? No, not bloody likely.
Yeah, I kind of got that backwards, didn't I?
Yeah, a little bit.
More like encouraging him to pursue his interests.
Yeah, wouldn't they be going, hey, can we help you? Can we help you with this endeavor? That's probably not going to, end in your death.
The pack isn't exactly a jetpack per se because there are no jets involved. Instead, they use ducted fan technology. Ducted, I guess, would be, not duct.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, heavy-duty high-pressure fans, which are similar to what drones use. The company plans on selling them for recreational users, and no Cinder people are guaranteed. Governments will probably buy them because the number of jetpack-related strandings and accidents will go up.
Oh my god.
You
You
think?
gotta get a jetpack to save someone on a jetpack. But who saves the guy trying to save the guy?
Jesus. I'm just trying to move past the per se. I'm trying to move past it. I'm trying not to look, but it's bugging me.
Okay. Now that you pointed out, Sir Between One, like, okay, I kind of get the point. Like, the man who killed himself in Acme's in Canada because he wanted to move to Canada to take care of his... Yeah. No, wait. I'm mixing up Double Indemnity with... Fuck. The author who wrote... was it Postman Always Rings Twice? The guy goes to the diner and falls in love with the woman, and then she and him are constantly plotting to kill her husband. I know, that's half of all noir movies, but still, that is the plot.
I was about to say, it just doesn't really narrow it down for me. But... Oh, it's officially morning. Thanks, algorithm guys here.
Oh, nice. Governments will probably want them because of jetpack-related cinderings, which is about the same as the median American household income for a relatively well-to-do middle-class family of 2014. A middle-class family, 2014, earns between $150,000 and $200,000 a year. Take home. Fuck, you getting your numbers from? The most realistic.
This is a list for the rich. So, are you expecting it to be accurate with just what the normal man takes home?
Yes.
You want to know what's you want to know what the classification is here for somebody that is quote unquote rich? Take home per month.
10,000 per month?
No. $3,850 a month.
What's...
You take home more than that here, you considered rich here in France.
Oh, okay, that's the standard?
Yep.
Take home. 3,000, how much a month?
3,850.
Fuck.
Huh.
There's a lot that goes into that, man. I've heard about some of the taxes you have just for driving with carbon taxes and additional fees and whatnot, but then you factor in healthcare already being taxed off of you, depending on how much that actually covers, whether you need to seek additional insurance. I don't know. I don't know how to make sense of that number now that I think about it. It's low.
Fully comp at that.
It's fucking low. For the price of a luxury car, which would be $185,000, You can buy the most realistic driving simulator ever created. The seat, which is actually a race car seat, sits on a what?
Monocoque.
Aren't they all?
I-
I'm trying to make that fit with cockpit. Like, it's not working. The hell's a monocoque?
It's rather than having a discrete chassis, as it were, the body itself is both the body and the chassis.
Oh, like in an ultralight airplane kind of deal.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. And some of those look slick as fuck, not gonna lie. People have done some really cool things with ultralight aircraft. Much cooler than this, and around the same price, by the way. Sits a monocoque fiberglass, I like that word, fiberglass chassis that is suspended above the ground. The chassis can roll, pitch, and rotate 360 degrees.
Really? So I can smack my head on that protrusion coming out the base? Cool.
So the square platform is actually what remains stationary, and then the thing that looks like it's a fucking Everglade Ryder is what rotates.
Uh-huh. Sure looks that way.
Okay, I don't know why I find this so funny. It's probably just because it's late and I'm drugged. There's something funny to me about somebody putting wheels on this thing and driving it around. I don't understand what the joke is. Like, I mean, what kind of asshole would do that? This was
driving simulator that actually fucking moves, and you may as well just get a car at that point.
Well, no, listen, because you could put cameras, like you have a webcam on top of your monitor, but you'd turn them the other way, so it would show you what's in front of you, which would then appear on the monitors. Like, it's the world's most useless, pointless machine.
We lost Fart.
Fuck. A hovercraft. Thank you, Eric. Guys, the Everglade glider. Yeah. It does look like it's got little stabilizing wings on the bottom there anyway. The chassis of the simulator moves in response to your actions. For example, if you hit the brake, the chassis drops down, and when you hit the gas pedal, the chassis pushes forward. So when you enter a corner at around 200 miles an hour, as one does, obviously, it will seem fairly realistic. You'll go up on two tires and then roll.
Yeah, spin off and you smash headfirst into the wall. Cool.
The simulator comes with 12 different race cars programmed into it with a number of different racetracks. So in theory, you're really getting a dozen cars that don't go anywhere for under 85 grand. So what?
Come buy my $100,000 tea bag that doesn't make a brew.
A BattleTech pod. Nice, that hero. Who in the world will buy this? I'm trying to think, okay, like, there's lots of reasons that people would design something that you don't see the purpose of. What? I don't see training here. I see drivers having the capacity to drive different cars without ever actually having to get in them to test this or that.
There's racing game esports are a thing, and a lot of the quote unquote drivers, a lot of the time they actually end up spending like big amounts of money, like $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 to build their own simulator pods, I suppose you would say, and they like I say they play these online racing tournaments for actual money. And yeah, they end up spending a lot of their winnings on creating things similar to this. But that's that's homebrew stuff. Yeah.
Okay, my idea was a lot more practically oriented. Personally, the BattleTech pod that Zed Hero mentions is cooler.
Mm-hmm.
Or when you want to play like Mech Warrior. Like seriously, you spent $60,000-$70,000 of your own money to simulate something that you could do relatively cheaply. Driving? Why wouldn't you want to be in a giant stompy robot that shoots lasers and rockets and shit instead?
Well, I would.
Yeah.
I would.
I'd fucking want to too. Especially because, it simulates it. So with each stompy footstep, you're going to get a thump, thump, thump. That'd be cool.
Right. Or hell, like Elite Dangerous, something like that. Spaceship simulator. I want to go screaming around the cosmos in a simulator. Love that shit.
Yeah, pushes you into the back of the seat to simulate acceleration to take off when you're going into orbit or whatever the fuck. That would be cool.
Oh, bro, you'd never speak to me again.
And I'm sure some pretty sharp motherfuckers would figure out how to work VR tech into the helmet you'd be wearing too.
Exactly.
So your peripherals are all like plugged in. Yeah. Yeah. I can understand the flight simulators that people get into because of the detail of it and the precision that's required for some of the kinds of flying that they want to simulate and whatnot. This just, if you're not like a professional race car driver, you're just doing esports. I fail to see it, but maybe that's just personal taste talking.
Apparently, the chronometric harmonization was a little bit off, and FAR has been pulled into the future where laptop batteries run out.
Really?
Yep. She'll be with us momentarily.
That's weird. I should offer this ancient device I found called an extension cord. It's pretty savage tech, but it works, man. Gold Mung Logos Anata sound system.
385 grand.
A sweet sound system is a must for any millionaire or billionaire, and sound systems don't get much more expensive than Gold Mung's Logos Anata. The slick and high-tech sound system was designed to be state-of-the-art as well as a great sound system. Well, I think that was shitty writing. A great sound system that's actually based on 20-year-old tech. Like, you know what I mean? The three-speaker system stands about 5.5 feet tall and is created from high-quality steel, ultra-rigid brass rhodium. Well, is it brass or is it rhodium?
Ultra-rigid brass rhodium.
Like brass is what? It's copper and tin?
No, it's copper and zinc.
Copper and zinc.
Yeah, bronze is copper and tin.
No, bronze is an element.
No. Bronze
You're
is
right.
an alloy.
Touche. It's late and I'm drugged. There's no BR on the...
Somebody get this man an extra dry
wait a
martini.
minute. There is a BR on the periodic table. Bromium. It's a good thing I'm not a chemist.
Oh, don't feel so bad. I got silver wrong on the periodic table the other day. For some reason it was AR in my mind, which is of course argon.
AG?
Zelful had to correct me. Yep, AG. Argentum.
Argentum?
That's where the AG comes from for silver.
And what's AU for gold? What's the AU?
Aurum.
What is it?
Aurum. AURUM.
Huh.
Yeah, aurum potestas est. Gold is power. Not heard that one before now?
No, I just had a flashback to the last neo-noir movie I watched, a David Hammett classic from 2001 called Heist, simply enough. It's one of Gene Hackman's last films worth checking out. They're walking at the beginning of the movie. Gene Hackman and his fellow heist partner, played by Delroy Lindo. And he forgets his change because it's, morning of the heist, and he's not really thinking about the change and the thing he's buying. He's just like distracting, trying to look like part of the crowd so he doesn't stand out. So he just buys something he doesn't need, and he forgets his change, and his partner runs up to him and goes, "Here, you forgot your change." And he goes, "Hey, thanks." And he taps him on the shoulder with the dollar, and he says, "I wouldn't want to leave this." Okay, the joke being they're about to steal, hundreds of thousands of dollars. I wouldn't want to forget the $1 bill, right? And Lindo says, well, hey, some people say it makes the world go around. Is it what, gold? No, love. Yeah, well, they're right too. Love of gold. And they both just kind of smirk and cut ways and start watching that. And that's David Mamet's writing in a nutshell. Nonsensical, interesting, rapid fire back and forth. It's great.
Zed Hero says Latin. Yes, indeed. And 721 says, Polly, always think of Goldfinger. His first name is Ulrich.
I never even fucking thought about that till right now. Holy shit. The man was kind of destined, you know. It's like the Riddler, you know, Edward Enigma. He had no choice but to become a mystery criminal. What was he going to be? Obvious in life? Clearly not.
A detective.
Huh?
He could have been a detective.
A mystery inside of an enigma wrapped in a riddle. Who said that, Sam?
Originally, I can't remember.
One of the coolest people of the 20th century.
What, me?
N-
Welcome back,
Yeah,
Bob.
yes, Sam. You. No, it was. Jesus Christ! I don't even want to tell you no more. I don't.
Look, I think I should be congratulated for my timing on that. I didn't drop a fucking beat.
Winston Churchill. He was talking about the Soviet Union.
I have
Really?
no
He
idea
was
what's
he was
going
the first?
on.
You ever heard
Oh,
the saying?
God.
Hello.
It's a mystery wrapped inside a riddle inside of an enigma.
Yeah.
And it's like, who originally said that? What were they talking about? It was Winston Churchill.
Wow, that's a mystery wrapped in. That's all those things, isn't it?
Oh, Zed Hero's right there. Churchill. It's nice. Yeah, chat's collective wisdom is what's a lot smarter than I'll ever be. Let's put it that way. The crowdsourcing cleverness. Yeah. So far, take a look at these speakers for $385,000.
I would not pay that money for those.
But they have ultra rigid brass rhodium.
I don't even know what that is, and I don't care. I don't fucking care. I'm not paying for that.
We totally lost track of what the hell it was and started talking about chemistry. Sort of.
But you know what I would pay for at this point?
An extension cord?
A new laptop.
Oh.
At this fucking point, like that was a nightmare. That was a fucking nightmare.
Why?
What the
I
fuck?
thought the battery just died.
Yeah, but this laptop loves to do this thing sometimes where you turn it on, keyboard just doesn't work.
What brand is it?
Legion.
I'm sorry?
Legion.
Legion.
Yeah.
Like as in a Roman legion?
Well, that's what it says on the front here.
Huh.
Yeah, but it says Snickers on the side of buses occasionally.
Yeah, I don't fucking.
Holy
I don't know.
shit, Sam.
I don't care. But you have to hold the on button, turn it off, hold the on button down so it drains the battery, turn it back on, and just kind of pray that that fixed it. Because sometimes, recently, no, you have to do that 2 times.
Oh,
She's
Boss confirmed
she's
for a tech priest.
employing literal Deus Ex Machina. Nice.
Yeah,
Deus
and
Machina.
Oh, yeah.
this
yeah,
is
come
not
down
even
into it. Good call.
including. This is not even including the camera that's on the bottom of the fucking screen instead of the top for some reason. That stopped working
Right.
pretty early on into
Right.
me owning this thing. The crack that's right on one of the buttons that the touchpad buttons, right? It's right in front of it. So if I had I had to turn the touchpad off. It actually got
Oh.
to that point where I actually had to because it's just constantly pressing one of the buttons.
I turned the trackpad off too. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, but I
Fuck.
like having it on so I can go between the different desktops, which I can't do anymore.
I still
Cute
don't
when I'm
understand
turning
nor
it on.
approve of your multiple desktops. Far.
So, here when I'm turning it on, right? Open everything up. It's like, yeah, okay. Open Brave up. Switches me to a different desktop. I'm like, oh, fuck. How do I do that? How do I do that when I literally cannot access the trackpad? The only way I know how to switch between them.
Control Alt Left? Like left arrow, by any chance?
No. No. I used to know the button, because there is a button combo, but I just, I forgot. I fucking forgot.
Use the Konami code.
Right? That'll do it. But yeah, this laptop, oh my god, I think it's time. I think it's fucking time.
But you haven't even had it that long.
I've had it for... I have actually had it for a while.
I was there with the Odyssey trying to buy it. Remember? Well, I wasn't there.
I
but
know.
I was there to hear about it.
No, I know, but that would have been like... God, when would that have been? Like maybe 5 years ago?
Fuck, we're old.
Polly, you
Yeah,
don't
like
realise,
think
man.
about it. Like it's been a while.
This is before we knew
She might-
Sam. I mean, this is a while
Yeah.
ago.
Mm-hmm.
She might not have had it long, Polly, but she sure has had it up to here.
Yeah. Like honestly, it might just be time.
I don't know if it obviously it's a extremely small sample size, but I'm kind of afraid not to buy an HP at this point because they've all worked. None of them have failed, and they haven't been like stellar laptops or whatever the fuck. But yeah, like when it was time to go buy Polyvictus, yeah, I bought an HP.
I mean, they're pretty middle of the road all round. I mean, you know,
That's what I'm aiming
cost
for.
versus build, and
It's just not trying to get like the top end performing, but something that's going to put up with the occasional butterfingering, you know.
Mhm.
Man, at this point, I just want something that fucking works and isn't going to make me want to crave the grave more than I do.
Oh, Legion is
Like, that's how low my
Lenovo.
standards are.
That brand I'm aware of. As long as you don't go back to Mac, everything will be fine.
return up the Mac. Return up the Mac. Come on.
I like that song.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
As far as like top 40 radio hits go, it's all right. It's yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, who was it? Oh God, what's the fucking name? I'll remember in a minute. Oh,
I like it because it's not some pussy track. Like it's, you know, this woman broke his heart, made him look like a fool. So what does he do? He gets dressed up real nice and goes out and struts. That's the whole song.
right.
That's it. That's the
Right.
whole fucking song. I'm not going to stay at home and act like I feel. I'm going to go out there and do things and, you know what I mean? Get back on that
Yeah.
horse. That's the whole
That's
song.
positive masculinity. Right
Yeah,
there,
you
that's
know
what
what I
that is.
mean? It's-
That's what it was. Fucking Doja Cat did like a multi-track a cappella parody of it, and I like that too. It was fun. It was fun. I quite like my multi-track a cappella covers and stuff. You know, no instruments, just people, you know, beatboxing and doing the various different vocal fills and all that kind of shit.
Oh yeah,
appreciate that.
Dell might be a good option. I mean, that's like Build-A-Bear for computers, but you get to pick what you want, what's going to go in it, and then they send it to you. And I doubt you're going to have to go through an ordering odyssey like you did for the lower deck camera edition there.
Yeah, number 6, I think
Rather than
I
upper
actually
deck
ended up
camera.
calling it.
That was so sad. It's Sam just orders in. The order gets canceled after it had been approved.
Oh man.
Like again and again and again and again. It was really fucking something, man. Let me tell you the super short story of my tech nightmare the other day. It lasted like just a few seconds, but it was harrowing. I use Grammarly keyboard on my Android phone.
Right.
Not so much for the spelling correct. It's just LG's native keyboard sucks so bad. Like the spelling suggestions that it gives you aren't
Right.
words.
Right.
What's the point in that? I don't even understand what the fuck it's doing, but it's more the keyboard layout than anything. I just went onto the Google Play Store and looked up. I'm like, oh, fuck Grammarly. Sure. Let's just take a look at what this keyboard looks like. And
Give it a
stuck
go,
with
right,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. For some reason or another, I still am not sure why. It's, when I turned my phone on, it died overnight. And when I woke up, to check the time, my phone didn't turn on. I plug it in, and so I have to, use a fingerprint or type. But when you're with LG Android phones, when you're starting them up from a dead battery, you have to type in your password. You can't just fingerprint your way on. Added security as they see it. Okay, whatever. The Grammarly keyboard had shut down, and there was no other keyboard enabled. So there was no keyboard to type on. It's the only thing that came up on my fucking the home screen, the lock screen, was Grammarly keyboard is currently not enabled. I'm like, and so what? And I really missed a physical keyboard for like 2 seconds.
Depending on what your phone is, you can use an OTG adapter and a USB keyboard. But apart from that,
I never even thought of that,
Yeah,
plugging a fucking keyboard into a fucking phone. But I mean, people play Doom on, pregnancy tests, so whatever.
But you know what I ended up having to do earlier today during the whole, loss of files? For the first time ever with this laptop, like I described the keyboard thing, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it happened within me trying to, the span of me trying to recover shit. I've never had that happen before. like during the usage of the laptop, not just turning it on at the start of the
keyboard
day.
switched off.
Yeah, it just stopped working, and I'm like,
There's the problem.
okay,
Oh,
yeah,
God.
that happened. So
You were in mid-type?
I was in mid-usage of the laptop, and like I went to send Platty something, like just a link to something, pasted it into the the text box.
Uh-huh.
Went to hit enter, and because Discord updated ages back, so now you cannot click the send thing. You have to hit enter.
Yeah.
I'm stuck there tapping enter over and over again. I'm going, I can't send it. I can't fucking send it.
Oh yeah,
So
there
I had
is
to go
no
in
fucking
and
send
physically-
arrow in Discord, is
No.
there? Right?
No,
Good
there
call.
isn't anymore. So I had to go into the settings because I know this exists from a previous time, like one of the
On-screen
first times
keyboard.
of, yeah, I had to go find the on-screen keyboard. So I'm like also in the middle of recovery shit, right? And I'm adding folders into the new hard drive, so like I have some semblance of sorting going on. And I'm typing things letter by letter with the on-screen keyboard.
Oh God.
Yeah, like oh god, oh my god,
I'ma be real with you,
another
Far.
level of hell.
I'm gonna be real with you, Far. Start backing up everything you've got that's important. That
Yeah,
laptop's on its
I
way
think
out.
I'm gonna have to. I think I'm gonna have to do something about this because this is getting unusable
Mhm.
very quickly.
Remember I said there were parts of Star Trek Picard that like absolutely salvageable? There's this moment when Picard gets through a time distortion that happens, he ends up on an Earth that's not the one he remembers. History's been changed, right? And he's got an android house servant named Harvey. And he's just sitting there looking through like his communications, trying to figure out who the fuck he is in this timeline. And Harvey walks in and goes, sorry to interrupt, sir, but your morning beverage, and sets it down on his desk. And Picard's like, thank you. Like, strange android who just walked in the room who I'm supposed to know kind of thing. Right. And he picks up like the little space cup and takes a sip out of it. And he's like, oh God, what is that? He goes, Colombian blend, sir. You have it every morning. And Picard's like, tea, Earl Grey, hot every time. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Picard just looks at the table and he does a Picard face palm, like the meme, and says, clearly this is the level of hell Dante overlooked.
Yep, that's how I
I
feel
can
about this
hear it.
laptop.
I'm like, okay, the writer earned their money for the week there. That was good.
Grant Sanford in chat says, just get another laptop. This one is clearly working with the emus.
They've installed some kind of virus into it. Yeah, it's just anti-Australian.
Yeah, there's
Fucking Christ.
Dell or HP, cost effective and functional,
I would lean HP more so than Dell, only because Dell likes to use a lot of their own hardware, and you can't get it from anywhere else.
I honestly didn't think
Which
they
is
had
a
any.
pain.
I thought they just rebranded.
Nah, they've got handfuls of things that basically
shit.
if it's not Dell, it won't go on a Dell system. It's a pain. That's why I
Oh,
won't do
no
business
shit,
with them.
like proprietary hookups and
Mhm.
whatnot?
Yep.
Fuck that.
Yeah. They were the ones
I'm
who
into
started
modularity in a
putting.
big way.
They were the ones who started putting fucking BTX motherboards into their towers and all that kind of thing, explicitly because there's not an awful lot of BTX hardware manufacturers because graphics cards have got to be flipped upside down, cooling systems don't hook up the same. It's just a pain in the ass. I mean that was back in the thousands, but ooh, I'm looking at number 4.
Hold on, we still got ultra rigid brass rhodium to talk about, and even some gold.
Oh God.
The speakers are assembled by hand, and the manufacturers compared them to Swiss watchmakers because they're apparently delusional.
They compare themselves to Swiss watchmaker.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, not the speakers themselves. It's even worse. Yeah, so they really are delusional.
Mhm.
Swiss watchmakers are precision artists, man. What the fuck? You ever seen them parts move?
Oh, it's incredible.
It's amazing mechanical precision. You guys are fucking lost, man. They also use the best parts from companies that specifically make those parts. Oh, there's a well-formed sentence. To buy one system that plays sound. Wait, To buy one system that just plays sound, as opposed to doing what? Dancing around the room?
Visual equalizers. This ain't coming with no fucking fancy LCD screens showing you what's going on.
Wait, it ain't RGB? Fuck that.
Nope.
I'm kidding. To buy one system that just plays sound, you're looking at dropping $385,000, which is the price of a new Ferrari, with a high-end quality sound system in it. No, please. They come stock with Bose. That's not high quality. We'll stick with an iPhone and some Bluetooth speakers for now, though. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Helicopter.
Now that-
looks,
I love
I don't even
ultralights and I
know.
love helicopters. This is speaking to my heart, man. Look at this thing.
I'm reminded of a clip you once sent me that you're going to work into a donation or something, I think, Polly. That I don't think you ever actually ended up using.
What was the clip of?
There was a box van driving by a helicopter with the blades, the rotor blades rotating, and it just carved fuck.
Oh yeah,
out
yeah,
of this
yeah.
box van.
I know the
Remember
clip
that
you mean. Yeah, I keep it. I tragically keep it in a folder for active use, not storage use, if that makes sense. Like that's my front folder. That's why I still know where it is because I keep coming
one?
across
It's the
it.
Optimism folder.
Yeah, that's yes, yes. It's the useless optimism folder in the face of convincing evidence to the contrary.
It's got some helicoptimism.
A flying motorcycle sounds like something from Wacky Races. I guess that's a movie. Or something Otto the bus driver may dream about. But thanks to Helicycle in the Netherlands, they're a real thing. The PAL V is a 3-wheeled hybrid and gyrocopter. The dual vehicle can reach speeds of 112 miles per hour. And on both land and air. On a single tank of gas. Of course, it's got a lawnmower engine in it. Creepy Passenger, thank you for the $3. Oh yeah, did I? You know, I did. Yeah, the new $4 donation that I got. Creepy Passenger, thank you for the $3. It's not my apartment. You know who lives there? Huh? Nah, I mean, you wouldn't know who lives there. I'm just saying. But you know who lives there? Huh? A polyword lives there.
Direct extract from source. It literally says Pollywood.
Yeah, yeah. One day I'll hear it. I'll hear a news entertainer self-censor and say polyword, and I'll know my life has been worth it.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, it kind of is a polyword, in so much as it can mean many things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes I regret, naming myself after, what's his name?
Polly.
Polyvario. But because I hear, idiots like Willow Smith saying, I live poly, and it's no, you don't. You're not nearly
You
that
don't have
cool.
crippling depression?
Yeah.
Fuck off.
You don't like
You don't
guns.
crave the grave.
Yeah. You don't hate you, which you clearly would if you lived poly.
No, all the self-hatred's reserved for Will.
Yeah, but that's tragic self-hatred.
Yeah. He did it to himself.
Yeah.
Oh, the worst kind.
Yeah, when a guy goes from being a laughingstock to a pitiable figure in a matter of seconds, like, holy shit, dude, really? So on a single tank of gas, it can fly a distance of 220 miles or drive for 750 miles on land. I wonder what its acceleration is like. Probably crap. And I don't mean that to insult it. It's just, it seems like the engine is built to get up to a certain torque and stay there,
Let's say a tank of gas, 750 miles. It's not far off your average range for a small car.
Turns like a boat, yeah. Two downfalls of the PAL V are that in order to switch over from car to copter mode, it takes about 10 minutes. You also need 540 feet of runway space to take off because it is a gyrocopter and doesn't lift straight up like a helicopter. So, if you're driving it and run into a traffic jam, you just can't turn on the copter and fly over those non-flying suckers. And in order to drive a helicycle, You'll need $395,000 or a rich friend and a driver's license and a pilot's license. And then finally, you'll be able to live out your fantasies of being Max Tansky's weird friend and road warrior. Oh yeah, the fucking, yeah, I remember the guy with the gyrocopter and Mad Max.
Oh yeah, Jesus, yeah.
You know, I got a feeling that Mad Max and Fury Road and whatnot, that they're just not that popular in Australia. I mean, I bet you they do okay, but something tells me they're not.
No, I think they are.
Are they really?
Watch them. I just don't watch them.
Really? Huh.
Eh?
I thought that was
Yeah,
one
I've
of
never
those
seen Mad Max.
stereotypes that didn't live up to reality. I mean, it's true. Most Americans watch Westerns. It's, I mean, that's a stereotype and it's true. Westerns are cool.
Self-congratulations kind of built into American culture, Polly, let's be real.
Uh-huh. Well, depends on how you look at it. Like, from some of the criticism I've heard from outside of America, it's like, so you're glorifying a bunch of thuggish louts who let their pride and twisted sense of honor guide them through life that often ends out in shootouts. Yep. They were manly men.
And I don't give a fuck about what you think, Pollywood.
Would you call my horse? Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I think the idea that a lot of self-congratulation built into America. Well, okay.
Not undeservedly.
Well,
Not
I'm not even looking to argue that.
But-
It's just, can you think of a culture before the West went down this self-yeeting track that it's been on for the past 15, 20 years? Leaving that aside, is any culture not self-congratulatory? Like, who the fuck just beats up on themselves?
Britain. Moaning is the favorite pastime and has been for hundreds of years.
I'm sorry, what is?
Moaning. Moaning and groaning, bitching, complaining.
About themselves?
About themselves, about the weather, about the state of the empire, taxes.
The Empire.
Mm-hmm.
When they had one, and then when they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Okay.
Love me, empire.
Your Badger Outdoors. They're not really into documentaries in Australia. Wow.
I'm not wearing my hat, Badger, but if I were, I'd tip it to you. So.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, that's pretty funny. It's like, why aren't you laughing? I'm appreciating, you know. It's
I'm taking a pause for admiration.
mm-hmm. See, I mean, Far's heard my theory on this. Australians should be as much into Westerns as Americans are, as Argentinians
Absolutely.
should be. I mean, they got the frontier history, the authentic past, the characters, the personalities, the Ned Kellys,
Cowboys,
the sheriffs, yeah, the ranchers, the whole nine yards.
Absolutely.
You know,
Would you?
I was about to bring up the natives, but let's just not talk about that because it just creates problems. Would I what?
I'm trying to think because it's like it seems to be a very common theme, sort of in history, sort of what post-enlightenment, but before the modern era. Because I don't know if I'd call. Although no, I suppose I wouldn't call sort of like the frontier era of America. I wouldn't call that modern. Really, it sits in its own little pocket of time, right?
Well, see, okay, I've heard people talk about this, and it's not when I was hearing about Australia with its frontier history. It was with Argentina that I was unaware of. And they're making the point, like, I knew that America and Australia shared that in common, but I didn't know Argentina had that as well. And they were talking about, like, the social conditions that give rise to it. And post-industrial is part of it, that there's a area of civilization, and you're on the frontier of that civilization. So there's trains are a critical part of it, or trade caravans going back to really well-established industrial civilization as part of what makes a frontier what it is. And they all live by well-established law, but you don't, because nothing is well-established because it's the frontier. And that's what leads it to be like it is. It's not for lack of tech. It's that tech isn't there quite yet.
Right. Yeah, no, I don't know. I need to think about that one more.
Oh yeah. So Max Rock Kentowski is. I didn't know that Max's last name was so awkward. Okay. Never heard anyone call him Maxwell. Want to change my name to Max Power. Great name. Got it off a hairdryer.
Got it off a vacuum cleaner.
That was such a great episode of The Simpsons. You
At
said
any
that.
rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
Hey, it's Mystery Inside the Enigma Man. Gamer Valine, how's it going? Thank you for the 350. According to my U.S. military history teacher, it's okay to still say Indians, at least when it comes to my midterm. Yeah. I don't know if y'all saw it. Your boy Pat, friend of the show, great guy. He had a tweet that went viral. And I was so happy for him what the tweet was, because it was actually really fucking funny. It relates directly to that. Hold on, I'm going to go back. Back. Come on, X. Be worth something. Let's go here. What the hell? No. Look, Lottery's wearing he's got a little safety vest on. Messages. This is how much I message on X or whatever the fuck. There we go.
Oh, yeah, this. I did see this.
This is fucking brilliant. Have you seen this far?
Probably not.
So it's like the Land O'Lakes butter package, Uncle Ben's rice and Aunt Jemima pancakes, right? It says a native, a black woman, and a black man's image were all taken away because it hurt today's generation of white people's feelings.
Oh my god. And then meanwhile, I see underneath,
Yeah.
meanwhile.
And then he follows it up with
Christ, yeah.
all white people. And a ginger.
I mean, he's
to boot.
not wrong.
Yeah.
And, oh my god, I see what you mean by viral. Holy shit.
Yeah, 24,000 likes. It's good on you, Pat. That's
Oh,
fucking-
yeah, holy shit, buddy. I mean, he's, again, not wrong. Absolutely not wrong.
And I've never stopped to think. I've bought Land O'Lakes when it still had the Indian girl on it, and then afterwards. And I've never stopped to think about the joke. Apparently everyone's been telling and has heard but me. The irony of taking away the Indian but keeping the land. I was like, holy shit,
my
that's
God.
hilarious. I did.
Oh, man. Like,
I mean,
I don't get it. Like, just, if you're going to do this, take away all the people. Right?
Yeah. Let's be like
Oh,
Muslims.
crap,
no
crap,
imagery.
crap. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I removed the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Peter. I fucked up. I might have said the wrong thing, and it just reordered it in chat. I did not mean to delete your message. Fuck.
Makes you wonder what the hell Peter said. Holy shit.
Like, I accidentally sent a laptop link to chat. That's not what I meant. I meant that. Fuck.
Hold on. I can actually.
I feel so bad. Shit.
He said, what if they dumped those characters because they didn't want to be associated with blacks after the events of 2020?
Oh my god.
I don't understand how Aunt Jemima or Uncle Ben gives anyone a negative opinion of anything. I don't understand. I've seen them all my life. It never made me think anything any more than the Wendy's girl did. Or
Quaker Oats?
Yeah, the Quaker Oats, or the Sunripe lady especially. Like, she's supposed to look like a Dutch girl. Okay, I never thought about it until someone pointed it out, and I went, oh yeah, right. Okay.
Well, the thing with Uncle Ben's rice as well is I remember reading a thing like they you know, you want to talk about like representation in media and all that kind of thing. I can't remember the exact specifics, so I'm not going to go too deep into it because I don't want to get it wrong. But yeah, they got the guy in the face model, I suppose you could say, for Uncle Ben there, and yeah, he was just a regular hardworking guy from what I remember, and it's like, so why would you not just keep him there?
That's a good
representation
point.
in advertising, right?
Well, I mean, they make it sound like it's a stereotypical image. A guy in a bow tie? What's the problem? It's an older gentleman in a bow tie. I assumed that I had always, having never heard a story, that he was just, everyone liked his rice. Like in his family, I mean. Let's use Uncle Ben. He's a great looking guy or whatever the fuck. Like, yeah, I want someone who looks.
He's a charismatic looking fella.
That's what I mean. Like, he looks like somebody like that would have great recipes, that kind of thing. I don't know. What's the problem?
More so than Colonel Sanders. I mean, jeez.
Yeah, no shit. Excuse me.
Oh, bless you.
I remember.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. And I got in this fucking argument with an idiot by Savage Firearms. This happened on campus. Let's bring up a logo. Yeah. Oh, I cut it off there. There. There's a Savage Firearms logo. And has been forever and a fucking day. Some girl at campus found out about this during the David Hogg, funded by Everytown America, gun control initiative, blah, blah, blah. He said, the gun company, they called it Savage. So, of course, they went with an Indian head. It's okay. The company was founded by a guy whose name is John Savage. That's why it's called that. It's literally the guy's last name. Like Smith & Wesson, Ruger, same thing. Savage. He's named it after himself. And the face of the man is an actual Indian. He's a great lover of Indian history and tradition and whatnot, and paid that man his entire life. And then he's the chief of his tribe. And when he died, continued to pay his tribe for the use of his likeness.
I mean,
you couldn't be more wrong.
Respectful can you be?
Like, that's what I mean. Like, you could not have been more off on this lady. It serves for me as the pinnacle example of see something, assume the fucking worst, and start judging. And you have no idea, and you end up being 180 degrees off in every way you could be.
It's like the logical opposite of a dog whistle. Wow.
Yeah. But we don't do politics here.
I think that chick might be racist, Polly.
I mean, think about all the assumptions she made. No one but her, you know.
Right.
What evil thoughts are you harboring? My God. So we got a CC 2001 LED television.
You know what that looks like? That looks like that giant screen they have in the cultural center in Perth. That's just always playing like really weird shit on it. Why would you install that in your house or outside your house?
The one that's just begging to get hacked and fucking, have Tifa being railed by Cloud, something like that.
Quite honestly, I'm shocked no one has hacked that thing. I really
Challenge
am. At least not that I know of. Because it's just there. It's just there.
And don't think I don't realize what's going on here. Okay, these people got this super fancy TV that's going for the better part of $700,000. They got a couch out on their lawn, and everyone thinks they're cool. I got a couch out on mine, and I got called a redneck. Sure, I've got a rusting bicycle and a car engine too, but still.
Is there the car? Do you also have a car that's just up on cinder blocks to just complete the image?
It didn't have tires, okay?
Oh, that's fine. I'm just asking.
I didn't want to leave it sitting on the chassis, so and I used bricks. I didn't have cinder blocks.
Oh, look at Mr. Fancy over here with his play bricks.
It was bricks.
Right, Gary?
Couldn't just rob a construction site.
Yeah. Perhaps people in the past thought that the 21st century rich people may have movie theaters in their home. People in the fucking 80s had projection screen TVs in their home. Who wrote this? But did anyone really think that someone would have an outdoor movie theater?
I mean,
they're called drive-ins.
yeah. I mean, yeah, people probably do this anyway without the giant, fuck off screen in their front yard. But that's not spending a shit ton of money to make a statement now, is it?
No. Well, that's what the CC 2001 or 201 LED television is. Is what? I don't care how far Merriam-Webster is bent over. Ending a sentence in a preposition is not okay. Did you read that article, Sam? Merriam-Webster said that was all right.
What would I read an article like that for?
That's like hearing somebody who got elected to public office saying we don't need to have elections. The fuck use are you? I mean, there's a reason a cop sounds like a hypocrite when he says, I am the law. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, no. I think, wait, something's wrong here. When the grammar people are fucking up grammar, something's just wow.
It might have been deliberate, Polly.
It's that's why it's a 201, because it's a 201-inch 16-foot screen with a 16:9 picture, and it's meant for outdoor use. When the TV is not in use, it is stored in a well below the ground.
Oh, okay. It sinks into the ground. Okay.
What? Okay.
That's interesting.
By well, they mean aperture, of course. There's no water down there.
Yeah. And, well, it depends on where you live. I mean, if you did this in Louisiana, you had any hole beneath 2 feet fills with water, so you don't have a choice. Then with the tap of a button, it rises up 15 feet and 7 LED panels unfold to create the screen in 25 seconds. Okay, that's pretty impressive. I want to see that.
That's some
I kind of do want to see this. I do want to see this in motion. Like, as dumb as I think it is.
Driving up his little roadster here.
All right. Oh, come on.
A long day of running a hedge fund illegally here. Yeah.
Wow. He doesn't even have a butler to bring the champagne out to him. What an asshole.
He's got his trophy.
She's just pre-sitting.
Yep.
She's just, I'm just waiting for you. Come on.
Okay, I get it. You're setting up the lifestyle of people who would have this. Let's just...
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Come on.
You have to speed up the footage.
This isn't 25 seconds. This is more than... Oh. Huh. Oh, this looks like some 2001 A Space Odyssey shit, the monolith coming.
Right.
It's just there.
Really long and senseless. Yes, I agree.
But the monolith, the monolith, like the
I
monkeys that are all around it, like it just reminds me so much of that for some reason. Oh my god.
Designed by Porsche. Is that the same Porsche as in like Porsche cars? You think, or did
presumably?
I assume so.
Fully daylight compatible? Well, there any beat any drive-in I've been to.
It's waterproof, just in case you want to sit out there in the rain and watch some shit.
Yeah, or your sprinklers don't come on and ruin your $700,000 TV set.
Yeah.
The screen has 725,000.
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
Gilverline, thank you for the tree fitty. By the way, I'm reading With the Old Breed by E.B. Sledge for military history. And I love how Marines don't give a fuck about PC bullshit. No. If anybody didn't, I would imagine it would be the Corps. Let's see. Now a tap of a button on our... To buy what is considered to be the world's largest TV, you'll be shelling out $680,000, which is about $187,000 more than buying an actual drive-in movie theater.
Man, just buy a projector. If you're that fucking desperate, just
Oh,
buy a fucking
but
projector and
fuck.
just put it on the wall.
you don't understand. This thing's all about projecting.
You know what? That is fair enough, Sam. I didn't
Nice.
think about that. Thank you for thank you for pointing out the obvious problem with my assumption there.
See, something that I've been thinking about, I want, if I have the money, and I felt kind of, goofy and silly about it. I feel significantly less goofy and silly now. I want Star Trek doors. Not through
With
my...
sound.
Star Trek doors would make more sense than this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because that's retarded. At least the doors are cool. And they make and I wouldn't want them throughout the house. I'm not a fool. I just going into my Star Trek room.
Just one room.
Yeah, exactly. I want the little Star Trek pad on the side where I can do, and it's got the little door chime that would never wake anybody up, but always does in the 24th century somehow. I mean, I've heard you waking up for like 20 minutes before you're actually answering your wife. I mean, come on. No, so I ask you, when you're in that state and you heard this, tweet, you gonna wake up?
No.
No one would. But apparently everybody's a light sleeper in the 24th century. The Curious robot.
We don't even get a video. It's unavailable.
It's because the Curious robot went on a mission to destroy evidence of its own existence.
Ah, I see.
That's what 1.35 million will get you. Moving from toys to just plain old rich people into toys for rich supervillains is the Curious robot from Japanese heavy industry in Japan. The customizable 4-ton mech robot. Okay, come on.
Is this a mech?
Customizable 4-ton mech, and we don't get to see a picture of it?
Oh, come the fuck on.
Well, we could watch on YouTube.
There is an onboard weapon system that includes a BB Gatling gun that is activated by a smile, a robotic hand that is controlled with a glove that the driver wears, and of course, you can hook your iPhone into it.
Of course.
I mean, can this thing actually walk around with any amount of stability while the pilot's in it? Because if so, I'm going to be real. 1.3 million doesn't sound like an awful lot of money for an actual, functioning
for a
mech.
functioning mech.
Does it make me a bad person that when I read, includes a Gatling gun that's activated by a smile, I assumed it meant the people they were aiming at?
You smile, you die.
Yeah. And then I realized, oh no, that's the operator. Oh shit, I'm a bad person.
I'm reminded of Fallout 3. Optimism detected.
Looks like a sentry from Fallout 4, Eric says. Let's take a look.
Oh, holy shit. Yeah, that is a mech.
Yep.
Oh, but it's on wheels.
Well, that's the closest you're gonna get.
Tiny Japanese girl climbing inside.
Oh, it's like every anime ever.
Yeah.
Getting the fucking robot.
Well, I'm not so against the wheels because it's is it
Yeah,
is
you
it
need it to be
tripoded
stable,
or
right?
four-podded? Four, okay. More than 3,000 orders for this bot.
Yeah, I honestly, no, if I'd got more money than sense, yeah, I'd buy one. I'd have one. Are you kidding?
He loves the power glove so bad. As if everybody doesn't say that when they get in that thing. This is a lot better than that car simulator.
Oh, yeah,
honestly, yeah.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm okay with the wheels. They could have went super rugged and had it on little short treads. That'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
If it was tripoded on 3 short treads, fuck yeah.
You probably could have it with that. Another $100,000 or so.
Look at the suspension system.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, I see the RoboCop 2 Gatling gun that it's got. It looks like RoboCop 2's Gatling gun. Oh, there. Now that's imposing looking.
Yeah, imagine seeing that in the battlefield.
I kind of see more RoboCop urban pacification. Dead or alive, you're coming with me. You know.
Don't make me smile. You will die.
Don't be telling no jokes. Why? I lost my cousin last week. I don't want to talk about it. He was a funny dude. He ain't nothing no more. Nice. I love that they got 3,000 orders for this thing. So they covered their costs?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Fucking Jesus. Yeah, yeah, like I say, if I had the money to throw away, yeah, I'd buy one of these. Absolutely.
Guns, guns, guns. Exactly.
You know what I'd want to go along with this, though? Just to fuck with people. I'd want a giant watering can and then just do all my gardening in it. Oh, that's Sam. He's out gardening again.
Oh shit! I think it might actually be 3 legs.
Rhododendron detected.
Yeah, the more I'm like the ones underneath that picture, I'm looking at them and it's like, yeah,
Oh,
think
yeah,
Trying to,
might
there's
be.
a lot of pictures from high angles, but I can't. Oh, hold on. So it's like hinged in the center. Cool. I mean, I've seen vehicles of that sort for different shit, for lunar roving, for
Yeah, it's got that kind of flair to it, don't it?
so be able to adjust its height by a significant amount. You know what I mean?
Potentially even climb things, because those look like fully articulated limbs.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I wonder if it's built for regular people or only the Japanese will fit in it.
Well, I'd assume it's custom made.
Good point.
Right?
For 1.35, it better be. Good point. Fully pilotable mechs. And this is
With the state of recruitment for the, the U.S. Army and all that kind of thing, they're clearly going to deploy a bunch of these for all the Call of Duty gamers. Become a mech warrior today.
there's a tiny little part of me that hopes that there's a drink holder in the cockpit.
I'm a Curtis pilot today.
I wonder what Curatus means, or if it's an acronym.
Does it? I wonder.
Kuro is what, black, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Well, Kura would be different, because that's
Yeah.
Kuro.
Hmm.
Rideable iPhone controlled? What the fuck you talking about?
Oh, it's got dual Gatling guns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, take another look at the design of RoboCop 2. It's really fucking well done. Badass machine, man. People don't like that movie, and I don't understand why. It's okay. It's not as good as the first one, but it's light years better than the third. And the remake. And Frank Miller's actually in it, which is cool. Appropriately enough, he's the drug chemist. So anyway, I believe we were contonizing. One robot will set you back 1.35 million for a basic model, but there's always room for upgrades. After all, you're going to get a multi-ton wearable robot. You'll need to have cup holders. You're fucking right, you will. It's totally worth the cost too, because how else are you going to fight? How else are you going to fight Iron Man?
Oh, okay. No, the Curtis. It's named after the guy that developed it,
Okay.
Kogoro Kurata.
That makes a lot of sense. Japanese sounding word that doesn't actually mean anything exactly. You know, it makes sense.
Yeah, because they just added an S on the end. His last name is just Kurata.
Wait. There's a James Bond Lotus that is a modern Lotus that is a
Yeah,
submarine?
I was gonna say that's a lease.
Huh.
I thought that was the Exige.
If an armed
Which
robot is too much of a supervillain feel to it, you'd rather be a good guy. Fuck that.
No. The robot is not bad guy. Shit, come on.
No, it's not.
That's just cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, robots are gender neutral.
How about buying a James Bond inspired submarine? The Rin Speed S Cuba is styled after the Lotus Esprit car in The Spy Who Loved Me. Great film, great car. But instead of an airtight submarine, the S-Cuba car is convertible. Fuck. Stop getting AI to write your stories. Yes, a submarine with no roof. Doesn't make much sense. Holy shit, I didn't even notice till right now there was no cover.
Oh my god. Why?
Yeah, the whole point just
At any rate, that is what
floated
we're
out the
going
window,
to
didn't it?
So you
Yeah,
can drink.
like
so you can
everything
drink,
else.
So you can drink down the atmosphere while you're underwater.
I told you not to eat in the car. You spilled it everywhere. Oh, shut up. Just go off the wharf.
Dad, my Doritos have gone soggy.
Dearleen, thank you for the 250. Wait, look up the Fallout Sentry bot. That previous robot is right out of the video game. Yeah, Bryce is in chat and said this. He was a Fallout Sentry bot. All right.
No, the Fallout sentries are a bit smaller though.
Oh, shit.
yeah.
Fuck, it's hard to not see the point you're making. Yeah.
Mhm.
Ah, hey, I like its feet. They're roller death balls.
Them things are a bitch to fight against early game. They
Yeah.
are as tanky as they look.
Oh, right. Fallout is the game that's really futuristic retro, right?
Yeah, post-nuclear apocalypse. Yeah, there's a sort of like a timeline divergence, I suppose you could say, around Second World War, is it? Villeneuve would know better, but yeah, nuclear fusion is cold fusion is discovered much earlier on, and so yeah, a lot of like 40s 50s aesthetics.
Their design people did a really good job keeping it up with this. I mean, it looks hardcore, ruggedized, militarized, but very futuristic retro. That's cool. And rolls on death balls.
Yeah, you can see that's what it looks like in game.
Is this the part where you usually die?
I mean, if you're not supposed to be wherever the hell that thing is, then yes.
Ah.
Yeah, they give zero fucks, those enemies. Oh, well, when they are enemies.
Are those mechs or remotely controlled, or they're just robots?
Autonomous drone.
Shit. There we go. Yeah, I don't care about the floaty car. Okay, that was the last one. 44 funny billboards that are better than your destination. That's a bold claim. You don't know where I'm going.
Yeah, that is a very bold claim.
Liquor all over. 17 Las Vegas locations.
I don't really find that funny, but okay.
Yeah. Psst. I'm at Racers. What are your eyes fixed upon? Let us fix your eyes on Jesus.
Okay. That one. Let's fix our eyes on Jesus. I hear Jesus is at Races now, and kind of looks like a woman.
I remember when Selthor was on this fucking kick for like a month straight of memes that were just, and he was, rationing them out because he had like a limited amount, right? But he wanted them to like go as far as they could. They were all like a cute anime girl or whatever, and it's like, and then all of a sudden George Washington's head would pop up.
Yeah.
It would say, "Stop!
Yes.
Don't look at her. Look me in the eyes." A woman lasts but a second, but liberty lasts forever.
Breasts are ephemeral.
Yeah.
What?
Oh.
What the fuck?
Cover your butt. Get a colonoscopy.
I'd really rather not if it's all the same to you.
Yeah, I fucking Christ.
CBS colonoscopy butt service.
Oh my god.
Big Mama says,
See, I just-
pull them up. Keep it a secret.
See, I just like this on principle.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I agree with Big Mama. Just please don't do
What?
this. Please don't be like this.
I don't like billboards of that size. Like, okay, I get it. Locations, everything. Totally true. But why would someone pay for this?
It don't really look like a very urban environment there, really, does it? I feel like
Yeah, where is this located?
And the people who wear their pants that low can't read.
Man, those kids would be upset if they could read.
I mean, you got a lot of nerve lady who's wearing a handkerchief on her head in public.
Look, that's more acceptable than that.
Than your
Come
ass
on.
hanging out?
Yes.
Probably the Carolinas. Yeah. I'm guessing that it's on your way into the city. Because, you know, on your way to like a state
Probably.
park doesn't really make much sense. Giant food pharmacy, Dick's Sporting Goods.
Giant dicks, food pharmacy, sporting goods.
Oh, I didn't read that way. Okay. I didn't read the way
Dead
you,
open
you do
inside.
from left to right. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you know how everyone else would be reading.
Yeah, I see. I'm an iconoclast, Far. I march to the beat of my own drum. I let the color coding, you know, inform me correctly, all right?
Yeah, make the giant dicks bigger, Polly, that's right. And that's comedy.
Yes. Okay, Lee, you have redeemed yourself.
Oh, wow.
That "it's all over" joke was lame, but yeah, you came back, man. You came back.
I kind of feel like
holy
this
shit.
would. I don't think this would pass advertising standards somehow.
No, I don't think it would.
I agree with their taste in gin, though. Bombay Sapphire is really good stuff.
Mm.
Oh,
You know,
man.
visit us on Facebook.
Uh-huh.
Your wife is hot. Better get your AC fixed. Okay. Pork, the one you love.
Oh my god.
Okay. I would, you see those commercials that are for beef or chicken. Like it's when all chicken suppliers get together and pay to have, I would not want to be the company advertising for a meat. Because you end up doing shit like this.
This just makes me think of the pork ads here. It's just like, gotta put some pork on your fork. It's like, that's the best you could do? Really? Well, at least it's not this.
The pork on your fork is better, I think.
Yeah, pork on your fork is better, but it's still one of those things where it's like, Jesus Christ, that's the best you could do.
Mr. Happy Crack says a dry crack is a happy crack.
The crack team.
That's why they got their pants riding low. They're trying to keep the humidity down. Come on.
Ah.
Put our meat in your mouth. Yeah, see, Valine,
Yeah.
just you got a great job. You should stay there. Not coming up with advertising slogans. Don't be like a wanker.
A W?
Wanker.
Oh. It's just, why?
Yeah, that's too much work.
Yeah, that was some. Usually with billboards, right? Because they're on the road, you want it to be quick, so you know the people in the car actually have time to register what the fuck they're reading for like maybe a second.
Country
Why would
roads
you
need
do
safer
that?
drivers.
This thing that requires you to decipher what they're trying to get at.
Honestly, straightforward statements and not trying to be clever is a better call. Like
It is.
just our country roads, keep our country roads safe. Something that straightforward. Slow down.
Yeah, like drive
safely.
safe.
Yeah.
Slow down.
That sort of shit. Yeah.
Slow down. Like
Tired, pull
keep
over.
to the
Whatever.
speed limit.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't sleep and drive. I don't fucking know. Like this is, you know.
When you think about like, well, that's kind of lame, isn't it? No. This is lame.
No, but it works. No, but that's effective though. That's the thing. It's like, yeah, it might be a little lame, but it gets the fucking point across.
What we need is pictures of anchors. I've done all right.
Yeah, with a W next to it. Oh my god.
Now there is a woman who has got both humility and skill. I salute her.
Oh my god.
Okay, as advertising goes, that's well done, lady. And for having a good sense of humor. That's really funny. Trust
Love
me,
how it's
you
right in
want me
front
on
of
your
CBS
side.
as well.
I'm sorry?
Love how it says CBS at the bottom too.
Apparently CBS owns most of the billboards in America.
Yeah.
Miss me yet?
Miss me yet? Oh.
Why?
I don't know.
That's clearly Obama era, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm thinking, like, is this near his ranch in Texas or something? Like, as a joke at him? It's like, yeah, I guess it's more about... Yeah. Choosy moms choose Jif. Dads have more important crap to think about.
Oh, come on.
I have heard that advertising
There's no way
slogan.
that's real.
Yeah, if you're an American, you have heard that choosy moms choose Jif. You've heard that your whole life.
Yeah, even I've heard of that.
Yeah, okay.
Even I've heard that, but that's through but that's through the ad stuff that we've watched, I'm pretty sure. Like Jif isn't really a thing here.
Okay.
We have our own stuff.
But that line added on to it. Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah, there's no way that's an official Jif ad, right?
I think it is.
No way.
Like, well, you mean you think this is photoshopped, or you think it's like Wish.com Jif?
Well, either photoshopped or someone paid money for this fucking joke.
How much do you have to love your own meme collection to do something like that, though?
I don't know, but just, I don't know. Oh, come on. This is the same thing as the don't drive like a wanker thing. This is interpretation. This is too much for someone that is on the road.
And why would
only going to be able to really pay attention to this for like maybe a couple of seconds before they look back at the fucking road.
And the letters are so small.
Yeah.
And
well, you could have easily put the NK and the VE off to one side, and font that's almost the same
absolutely.
Size, right?
And the only statement that actually helps her make sense, make a responsible choice, is so tiny. It's actually just the slogan of the company.
They should have just put like A and B, right?
Yeah.
I can tick 2 boxes, damn it.
Oh, those are check boxes.
Mm-hmm. Like a multiple choice question, suppose is what they're going for. But yeah, you go for A and B.
Yeah, I wouldn't have missed it then.
Yeah, this is...
I thought that those were just kind of like
so
bullet point indicators of your two choices. I just didn't think of
I thought
check
there were
boxes.
letters. I thought there was like lowercase letters of A and B. I didn't quite realize that those were checkboxes. Just that it was so far away, so tiny that it just looked fucked up.
Yeah, I agree, Eagle. It's like I would never catch that driving by. I don't have enough time, man. I'm driving a car at high speed. I don't have time to fucking.
Well, that's the point that we're kind of making, right? When we say you need it short and simple, in something that's not going to take longer than a couple of seconds to look out to get.
Got to employ kids. Keep it stupid simple.
I mean, if there's a woman in the car, you're arguing, so your attention's already divided.
Well, only if she's in the front.
Saying. The lawyer understood. Flying to the Windy City no longer blows. I've been on Virgin. Yes, it does.
Virgin blows. How poetic.
Non-stop to Chicago O'Hare. I hate O'Hare so much. For a hub, I'm willing to fly down to Dallas Fort Worth. It's like, wasn't that a little bit out of your way? No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, it's out of the pilot's way. I'm fine.
And I picture environmentalists getting a little bit angry, which is good.
Look,
And then
anything
you
to
just-
stay out of Chicago.
And you just turn to them and you go, "Oh, get out of my face and go talk to Taylor Swift."
What? Embryos are babies? Oh, no.
Oh no, underneath it as well. Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. That, oh, wow.
Oh my god. Do you ever think that when people pull up, that they put up the billboards like this, right? That they do this intentionally?
I mean,
You
I
know?
would if I did.
I mean, I would too, but like they could put this in like, you know, a couple of different locations, and they're just like, nah, this is it.
I mean,
This is
the humorous juxtaposition is my entire shtick here on Noir Bar. You know, it's like,
Yeah,
I'm sure there's more out there like me.
Okay, O'Hare's better than LAX. Yes, but it's better than Kennedy, too.
An unanesthetized fucking drill bit tasting is better than LAX.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. I'm just saying, like, it's like the worst airports, you know, hands down, in my opinion, are LAX and Kennedy. It's O'Hare's supposed to be like a hub that's built up to be a hub, not its own. Yes, it's its own unique airport, but to exceptionally service as a hub. You know what I mean? Like Dallas Fort Worth does, or like Denver does. If you're going to any hub, go through. You need to do a layover. Go Denver, man. Don't do Dubai. It seems a little bit out of the way, but I don't know. We'll do it. I spent my last 500 pounds on this billboard. Please give me a job. EmployAdam.com.
Well, that's really a creative way of going about it.
You should have worn the
But
shirt you had
you
on in the
probably
picture,
shouldn't
Adam.
have. But you also probably shouldn't have spent the last 500 pounds you had on this billboard.
It's all right. I'll be down the Dole office by Thursday.
I see. I see.
I've got a feeling that he's like a communications major and this was his final project.
You are probably spot on.
Yeah. And the budget that they had for their project was 500 pounds. Don't read this billboard while driving. Distraction kills. My God.
Oh my god!
Irony.
Don't make this billboard then.
What? Make it entirely a pictograph. Why would you put words on it at all?
Choose any other form of
Literally make a billboard.
showing your fucking PSA known. Like, don't do it like this.
Literally
What
just
the
put on the
fuck?
billboard, "Eyes on the road, fucker." You know, that would be better than this.
That's actually not bad. Stop looking here, eyes on the road. Like short. You know what I mean? Meaning just distraction. I remember when I drove by and I saw a billboard one time, and I was listening to an audiobook at the same time, so that's mostly where my mental faculties were at. You know what I mean? The billboard said, "Stop reading from your crotch." And it was like a couple of minutes later that I was like, oh, for people that keep their cell phones in their... right. Gotcha. That's an example of distracted driving, and you fucking caused it. Stop reading from crotch.
But yeah, that kind of proves the point, though, right? That most of these billboards that are like, "Drive safe, asshole," kind of contribute to the problem.
Yeah, Grant's right. Don't notice me. Don't notice me. Don't notice me. Yeah. Hi, Steven.
Oh my god.
Do I have your attention now?
What the fuck?
I know all about her. You dirty, sneaking immoral, unfaithful, poorly endowed, slime ball. Everything's on tape. Your soon-to-be ex-wife, Emily. P.S. I pay for this billboard from our joint bank account.
And yet again, CBS. Oh my god. You know, I kind of hope, just judging by the building you see in the background, that this is in the middle of a fucking city. So it's not meant to be read from cars.
There's at least 3 guys there called Stephen who are, married to an Emily.
Right?
Just
They're
the
all,
population.
they're all panicking. Just going, oh shit. Oh shit.
But they're not all cheaters, far, just one.
Yeah, just one of them, but they're still just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Did you see all 3 Emilys are still fucking crazy as shit?
I'm still thinking about this. I don't know what to think about this. I mean, hopefully Steven's a true scumbag.
Yeah, right? And it's not just, psychosis.
See, the part that's got me like you poorly endowed. Like, oh wow, I threw that in there too, huh?
Ah.
Phew. Illinois by higher taxes? Come to Indiana.
EstateThatWorks.com.
And in case you didn't know, you're in middle America. I knew. I could tell. Illinois.
Well played, Indiana. Some of these are really
Illinois
shit.
by higher taxes.
Well, they got to pay for Chicago somehow. And that somehow is you.
Oh my god. Uh-huh.
Need a summer job? Date a sugar daddy. Arrangementfinders.com.
Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's just right there.
Yep, it's there all right.
Yep, that's a thing.
Do you need some extra money? Engage in financial exploitation of lonely men today. OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, come sell your feet for lonely men today.
You're a sugar wife, Farn?
No.
Your wife seems to think otherwise.
Like, that's not how it works.
Laddie, listen. You're poorly informed. I just...
It seems I was misinformed.
No shit.
But I haven't given you any money. You don't understand the basic elements of this, do you? Get your shit together.
Buckle up, we'll pay. Okay. I mean, it kind of works. It's still a little bit interpretive, but that's still better than what we've been seeing.
Yeah, shit or seatbelt, I suppose, yeah.
I think the text of buckle up or pay a $500 or $400 fine would be better.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, Donna's polls in chat.
Hey, AP.
Hey, how's it going, AP? What's up? I wonder where the fine for fucking no seatbelt is. $400. Probably in Illinois.
$401.
It's
There's a
pretty
one on
bad
the end
here.
of that.
It's 150 euro here.
Wow, that's AP, man. That's a hell of a statement. She decided to separate before purchasing that, so she can ask for that money back. Now, there's a man who's been on the wrong side of court proceedings.
Well, I didn't want to fucking bring it up, but he does raise an excellent point.
Well, I did. It's not like he has
Ah.
it. It's not good guesswork. He's just said, and you can hear it in his voice. He's not making it up. You know. Come check out our stool samples. No, come on.
Oh my god, no.
Check out our stool samples and buy our shit.
They'll go great with your outdoor TV that sinks into the lawn.
Do the stools also sink into the lawn?
No, you
They do
leave
if
them
you
out
leave
there
them
like a
long enough.
redneck. But when you have money like them, you don't get called a redneck. Just me.
Uh-huh.
Look, that rusting grocery cart belongs there. It's fine.
Oh, you have a grocery cart? Oh my god!
Dude, is it in a
Wait,
woman's
how's she
personality to
holding up
throw
that
all of their
finger?
business on billboards? Fuck you, I'm leaving you. Where's my fucking
Oh,
ring?
man.
Hire me for your lawyer. What the hell?
No, that. Can we just take a moment to appreciate the talent of holding up your ring finger like that?
Ow! That hurts.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I was about to say, what the fuck's the problem until I felt my wrist pop.
Yeah. No, try doing that.
I can do it.
Just try doing that. Yeah. Okay, you're one of the odd people that can do that, apparently.
I can do it with both hands.
Well,
She's
you're-
been
you're
walking
very
around
strange
doing it
then,
for
Sam.
years. That's why she's got that
Right?
miffed look on her face. 1 in 3 people in Louisiana will die from heart disease.
Oh. 2 for $3 sandwich.
Okay,
Come to Burger King today.
You guys keep saying that this is being done on purpose. I don't think so. I think this is just,
Oh, come
unfortunate
on.
placement resulting in an advertising destruction. It's like the Egg McMuffin next to the pro-life ad. Like, that was just bad placement.
Yeah, that's fucking
I've had those croissant witches, man. They're a soggy fucking mess.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
the
don't doubt it.
problem with
I don't-
a fucking croissant. It's like when you cut it open, it immediately the layers begin to collapse, especially if you introduce any grease or anything.
Oh yeah, Cannibalistic
why you don't
Wizard's
do
got a
that.
point. How old is that ad? Yeah, it'd be like, 1 for $7. The fuck? Why is Justin Bieber so sad? Could it be because 24% of teens who want a job can't find one? Minimumwage.com.
I'm 34 years old and I'm hip and down with the kids with my communications major.
What? Holy
Oh
shit.
my god.
Did you get caught drinking and driving? Is this your, public service? What the fuck is happening here, Bieber? Did a judge sentence you to this? What the hell?
He spat on a teenage girl and she spat back.
Oh my god.
He said it was consensual.
Hello,
She
fellow
said she didn't
kids.
know who he was.
Hello, fellow kids. The billboard.
Right?
Minimumwage.com.
Holy shit.
Wow. Teen
Wow.
unemployment makes us all sad. Unfortunately, the rising minimum wage will make things worse. Yeah, he looks like he's about to shed some tears for the minimum wage employed youngsters out there.
Uh-huh.
It's a good thing he's got a giant bed of money to sleep on. That ought to brighten his day.
I like to call Justin Bieber Mailer Swift.
Why?
What?
That's a huge sign. Why the fuck? For Donovan's Pub or whatever the fuck. Donovan's Irish Pub.
Oh, well, is it below? Because that's an arrow.
Yep. Looks like the awning is
Okay.
right here at the bottom. The naked truth about waitresses is that they may flirt with you to get a better tip.
I don't know why you would out your waitresses like that.
Yeah,
Yes, they
why
do
would you
do
do
that.
that?
They've always done that. It's part of the marketing, you idiots.
Is that outing them, or are you mad in the same way that you were concerned about the sugardaddies.com advertisement?
I'm not sure.
When your money collection requires secrecy, Sam.
It's not really secrecy. It's like an open secret. Yes, waitresses, barmaids, etc. They will flash you a fucking smile and
It's
a little
not
bit of
about
extra fucking
secrecy,
cleavage.
but it's an open secret. Sam, how much do you
Is an
tip?
open secret really a secret?
Oh my
Hmm?
god.
How much do I tip? All of it.
Wow. Wow. Stop praying. God's too busy to find you a parking spot. What? Okay.
All right.
I don't get it. What the fuck does this service do? Find you a parking spot?
Yeah, what is this for?
Is this for a valet serviced parking?
Prepaid
lot?
parking.
Oh, you think so? Just prepay?
Mhm.
I'm so confused though. Like you failed. You failed your ad solely because we're guessing.
I really thought it was.
That's not a good ad.
Like, see the way that most of the cars are they're bumper to bumper and they're not in there according to the spots. I thought it was like a valet serviced parking lot.
Oh, could be. Could well be.
And Zed here is like, it's Park Fast. Yeah, I know. I can read that. I just don't know what Park Fast is, man. Let's take a moment. Think Christmas. This Christmas to think about Christ. Yeah, right. Tui.
I don't know what Tui is.
Okay.
Neither
I don't know
do
what it is either, but okay.
It's probably relevant to their brand, right? No. Generic haha?
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, I got nothing.
you can buy a quarter of a billboard to advertise on?
I guess.
Why is that? Well, that is the whole ad.
Oh. Like Tui's like a seminary school and they just really don't know anything about advertising?
Or I don't
that would
know.
be that would be fucking priceless.
Here's more proof that we focus on our area of study. Scripture. As for advertisements, we're fucking ignorant. After all, we put this delightful, hopeful message about Jesus Christ on a death black with small white text.
Yeah. And
Like a Cards
immediately follows
Against
it up with,
Humanity.
yeah,
Okay.
right.
Cheap enough to say, fuck it, I'll go.
Forget. Oh my god. Air Asia. Air Asia.
I gotta kind of
Fucking
hand that one
Christ.
to them. That's all right. They know their audience.
Yeah.
I was about to
yeah.
say, yeah.
Yep.
People don't head to Vietnam because they're interested in absorbing the Vietnamese culture, you know what I mean? It's because of how far the dollar goes. And it's very fucking far. You can skip this ad right away if you use an ad block, like me. Ad block now.
Uh-huh.
First 10-digit prime found in consecutive digits of E.
.com. What is that? What is that advertising?
Too complicated for me to remember. That's not going to be.
So
Yeah.
your
That's-
web address is actually the first consecutive 10 prime numbers
Prime-
found? The first, like,
What?
it's like,
And consecutive digits of E.
like E as in like the stand-in for anything in mathematics, but I don't know. I still don't understand what you're doing here, people.
The fuck is this? I don't have time for math.
Maybe that's it. This is an advertisement for the mathematics department, and if you can't figure it out, well, you don't belong there.
Well, I already knew I didn't belong there. Why do you
Well-
have to shame me for my ignorance?
Yeah, but they won't even let you know what their URL is, Far.
Yeah,
That's-
exactly.
It's like,
Like,
a
that's
secret
so odd.
concave of math people.
Maybe it's a defined number, it's like, pi or whatever the fuck. I mean, it wouldn't be pi in this instance, but you know what I mean.
Well, the
That kind of
first
number.
10 prime numbers are, defined. They are set. It's not like they vary. But I still don't get it.
Yeah,
Valine, what does this mean?
worst
Said Hero
one.
says.
This is honestly, I think this is the worst one because it's so confusing. Like, we don't know what the fuck they're trying to get at.
We haven't seen a single billboard that is neither owned by CBS or Clear Channel.
Yeah, that is a
Oh,
fair
there was the
point.
British one.
Was there?
Yeah.
Was
there
that British though?
Well, it used pounds far, so I'm going to assume so.
You know what? Fair point. That is a fair point.
Good call. Religion is like a penis. It's fine to have one.
What?
It's fine to be proud of it. But please don't whip it out in public and start waving it around. And please don't try to shove it down my children's throats.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, it's not really funny, is it?
No, it's
That
not.
sign
Like,
looks like
I
it's really
slightly
small.
agree with it, but no. No.
That's a
this
really,
is not,
really fucking
this
old
isn't,
joke.
Yeah, like this is not something you'd put on an advertisement out in public. This is just kind of cringe.
Is this opposite a church?
Oh god.
Because you wouldn't put this opposite a mosque.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't.
I mean, I would, but these people wouldn't.
I'm trying to get a sense of its size because like it's held up off to the left, like, and
That's fucking poor choice of words, Polly.
you see that tiny little yellow beater in the background there? Oh God, Sam, fuck! You're just I'm just gonna move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Hot cakes are going like.
Hey, fair play to him.
This is exactly the level of stupid that I'm working at right now. Okay, that's funny. I don't care what anyone says. That's fucking funny. Far, you ever had a Macca's hot cake?
Yes.
They're pretty bad, aren't they?
No, they're fine.
Oh, is this one of those things where everything's better in Australia?
Probably, honestly. Like, they're fine here.
Here, they're like fucking, matzo meal crackers, man. They're the flattest, driest, coldest things they could give you.
What's the difference between a hot cake and an American pancake?
Nothing.
Nothing, really.
Yeah, no.
The same thing.
It's like literally nothing. It's just a pancake.
Except the hot part's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
When
No,
you
they're
get them from
hot here.
McDonald's. Of course they are. And they're served with a smile.
Will that smile get them shot by the mech suit?
Helping guys find the ones that like it from behind. Tattoo Artists of America.
Wow. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough.
I hope there aren't women getting tattoos on the lower back anymore.
You know there still are.
Sure. But, I mean, stretch marked stripper moms gotta get tattoos somewhere, I guess.
On the stretch marks, presumably.
That's the way to cover them up. No one will notice.
Mm-hmm.
You never saw such a place. You're always a wiener, Pedro's.
South of the border. This is some English.
I don't think I understand
Some
this one.
English.
I love that the institution funding this is First Citizens Bank. That's great. That's the joke.
They're probably rubbing their hands together thinking about all those, real estate acquisitions that are going to come as a result of the poor financial decisions at Pedro's Wiener Bar.
Valines, I've seen this. There we go. We've located it. And by it, I mean Gamer Valines' distance from the border. 10 miles.
What's the Spanish word for sausage again? Maybe it's got something to do with that.
What do you mean?
No idea.
If you were to replace the word sausage with the Spanish word for sausage, would that make a joke? I don't know.
It is a joke. You never saw such a place.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh my god.
I didn't
Is
realize
that
you guys
shit?
weren't understanding it.
No!
And you're always a winner at Pedro's.
Well, the wiener at Pedro's, that much I got. Because, he put a comedy Mexican accent on. That makes sense. You're always a wiener at Pedro's.
Oh my god.
You do a good impression of
You'll
fucking
never saw
AP's
such a
helper, man.
place.
That's great.
You never saw
Yeah.
it. Oh, okay, I guess it kind of works with a comedy Mexican accent with a sausage as well. You'll never saw such a place.
Yeah, it does. It
Yeah,
works
okay.
a little bit better.
It needs that.
Awesome.
Oh, wow.
Yes!
That
Oh,
is
well played.
pretty fucking good, I gotta say, man. That's
Oh. Yeah, fuck you, vegans.
Oh, that's good.
and good. I mean, good all around. It's the place is called
Yeah.
Saskatoon. Steaks, fire, wild game. I want to go.
Wait, is that fire or fish?
I believe it is fish. Still want to go.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe they have moose there. I want to try moose. You don't want to go to Saskatoon. It's a small place. Looking for a car accident?
What?
Then keep staring, jackass.
Come on. Come on.
You know, that looks like the kind of billboard that in a movie a car comes flying through.
Right. Or a small plane crashes into, that kind of thing. Yeah. This looks like such a Photoshop setup, right up to the guy brushing the tit with the brush.
What?
This makes me angry. Stop staring at the thing that I'm putting on display. Well, hold on now.
Well, then button it up, lady.
At that point, I feel like you should be able to sue the company that put this thing up if you actually do get in an accident.
Sorry, Polly, I appear to have some angst that was momentarily unrepressed for just a second there. Hey, my eyes are up here. Yeah, but your exposed cleavage is there. Button it up, lady.
Yeah, a motorboat crashing through. There you go.
Yes. Ah,
Like a perfect naked gun moment. Valine?
comment of the day to Valine from me.
Hair removal.
Short, sweet, punchy. We like it.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah, if there's a... See, here's a small, punchy advice
At any rate,
that
that
I
is
would-
what we're going to try to do.
that I would like to hear from women in terms of things that women want. You know, that kind of shit. Ladies, I'll give you an example. Men can see your mustache. Wax it. Get rid of that shit. You don't think men can see it? They can see it. They can. It's like, oh, but it's just so fine. It's a mustache. You're a woman. No. See?
Either grow that shit out or get rid of it.
Yeah.
Pick one.
See, I mean, those are the kind of, like, that's the kind of level that I would like to hear women's thoughts. Not like, why do men have to be such assholes? That's not helpful. I don't think you're growing that mustache to be an asshole. I think you're just being ignorant. And kind of fucking delusional on how good people's eyesight is.
Mhm.
Hot shingles in your area, looking to get nailed.
I'll give him that. I'll give him that.
This is exactly the level of stupid I'm loving right now. This is great.
There we go.
That's so fucking stupid. I love it. I gotta save that for Zelthor. He'll like it the most. He loves him a terrible pun. Sex. Now that we have your attention, needed Subway. Ah, whoa. After Jared, you shouldn't do that.
Ooh, okay,
True.
1, didn't age well.
Uh-huh.
2, that text was too small.
Yeah, no shit.
Like Jared.
This is the kind of billboard that you put like now Subway, your next right. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That would
Yeah.
make sense. Now it's just like, I mean, aren't you craving some Subway? While I'm driving down the highway headed somewhere? No, not really. Soggy loaf, substandard ingredients, wildly overpriced, and a
Man, everything
Tip
just
demand
sucks over
waiting
there.
at the
What
end.
Fuck?
The only thing I've ever had from a Subway was fucking cheese on toast. And that was alright.
Holy shit.
what the fuck does what is okay? Still, a virgin for help call.
Cole.
What is
It's
the
number.
.com? The what? The virginhit.com? I can't read it.
Is this for prostitution?
There was
I feel like this is for prostitution.
Off to the left side, it looks like this is a movie that's rated R.
What?
The motion picture, whatever the fuck of America, their rating system, that's exactly the way their little labels work. And it's got an R on it.
I was going to say, there's a movie called The Virginity here. Is that what it
Is that
says?
what this is for?
Looks like it.
It does look like it says the virginity hit, yes.
Yeah.
So this is a
Huh.
ill-conceived movie advertisement.
I'm assuming
Yeah.
if you called that number, it would be like something to do with the movie then? If it is movie related?
IMDb rates it a 4.5 out of 10. Yeah, sounds about right. Rotten Tomatoes, 27 out of 100.
Ooh.
Plug Tucker says a 2010 movie. Dr. Clusterfuck says the Film Actors Guild. Yes.
The Film Actors Guild.
Mm-hmm.
They knew what they were doing. Come on.
Well, they're not really called that. It's a joke from the South Park movie. From Team America, anyway. We'd love to be sitting on your face.
Fucking Christ.
This is just bad innuendo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said Ray-Ban. You guys got more money than this. What are you doing?
Yeah, come on.
Be patient with people who stutter.
Okay. Pretty good. That's pretty good.
I appreciate the way you made use of the medium. The Dutch Stutter Foundation. I would have thought it would have been for a speech therapy center or something, but no. Okay. Apparently now I've told you I don't like the Dutch very much.
The only thing I knew for sure was this. Every son of a bitch that worked for him. They were all gonna be better off dead.
Fuck them Dutch stutterers. Better off dead, every last one of them. Gimmerling think. Oh shit! Fuck. Sorry, outsand. The tree fitty here. That DRI space billboard is way too much for someone who's drinking. Did you just confess to something really stupid, or are you often a passenger seat drinker? I know I've been. So
Oh, fuck yeah, no, absolutely. If I'm not driving myself someplace, I'm probably drinking.
If someone was stupid enough to be my designated driver, it is my, freedom. No, obligation to drink more and bug the shit out of them. Who the fuck agrees to be my designated driver? What the fuck?
I'm going to pour one out for him into a glass and drink it.
Yeah.
Here's to your
And
sobriety.
ask them
You
to
know,
also
that's
be your driver. Yeah.
I'll turn you on the very idea of toasts by the time you get me where I'm going. Kimberly, thanks for the $9. I'm disappointed that they only use that billboard for south of the border. I used to gauge my time when I was driving I-95 between Jacksonville and Baltimore. The North Carolina-South Carolina border was about halfway. I guess that is one way to do it. Do you judge by landmarks, how close you are to someplace? Either one of you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. I find it easier to conceive of that than like fucking kilometers or miles. Yeah.
To be honest, yeah, same.
Oh, I don't do it that way either. I don't do it anyway. In case you noticed, I have a little difficulty with punctuality. So.
Oh, really? I never noticed.
Yeah. It's like, look, that building is here. Yeah. Yesterday, I could have sworn it was a lot closer to the destination.
I mean, it's not entirely arbitrary. It's how we measure fucking speed anyway, right?
Yeah. Okay, second last one. We'll keep them busy so you can sneak a quickie.
They never put that
come
up.
on.
You
No.
Yeah.
No.
This is the work of someone's Photoshop or skills. I mean, that's terrible. Come on.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, that's clearly been bleached in over the top. No billboards that are white are that clean. Sorry.
And the last one isn't one at all.
That's it. It's
Yeah,
just an
assholes.
advertisement for their other ones. Okay. So really, it's only 50. No, not 50. It's only 44 of them.
I do like the short sleeve jackets. I bet you these guys have rusting grocery carts on their front lawn.
Did you read the title for it?
39 redneck photos to laugh. Yeah. With your wife slash
Laugh
cousin.
at. Yeah.
Boom. Oh, hey, Alan, still with us. Glad to see. Thank you very much for the $5. It says nothing, but I will tip a hat to you. And Alan, hanging out with us. Oh, holy shit. Look at the time. Fuck, 5:30 in the morning.
Mhm.
Look, I was guessing
There
around.
are 75 people watching right now, Polly.
Well, Sam, what can I say? You're just that entertaining.
I know.
I mean, it's not me.
Wow, so feel you could be a little less humble there.
I know. I could be.
Some people say
You wanna
my
call it?
humility is my greatest feature. Others think it's my charming good looks.
Yeah, Polly, do you want to call it?
No.
Well, no.
You could be a little less resolute there, Polly.
I could, but, you know. Far always trying to sneak away early.
She's had a long
Nuts.
day, to be fair.
I guess. Look, I wanted to do this one last week and we never got around to it.
Which one's that?
10 tiny details that completely change historical stories. It's funny.
Oh, I'm looking at number 10 and I'm kind of mad.
Yeah. They're all along that general line.
Man, you know, week in, week out, Jamie Freighter never seems to be able to cease to annoy me with things.
Yeah. Mostly because he's checking facts and not doing a good job. But
Mhm.
What? Okay. 10 tiny details that completely change historical stories. Okay. 10 eccentric ways to obtain a Medal of Honor. Right. Okay. 10 brutal facts about traveling west in a covered wagon. The top 10 pre-Socratic philosophers. What?
What?
I-
Top 10 overlooked periods of ethnic cleansing.
We could be more knowledgeable and proud of these incidents.
Oh dear.
And historical figures who may have been gayer than you think.
Who's that? Who is that?
I
The
don't
Butch.
know.
I don't recognize her off the bat.
10 swashbuckling mercenaries who ravaged medieval Europe. 10
I have a general sense of swashbuckling, but I've no idea as to its origins. Like what it's supposed to mean.
Yeah. You mean like the actual words?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, no idea. Sorry, I started reading there. That's probably not good.
No.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Who am I,
No,
Young
I
Ripper?
don't
I
think
can't
it's
read
time.
comics on stream and just get away with it. That's still amazing. He still does that, you know. Eric July, he has his show and he'll be talking about a comic and he'll open it up and not like intentionally start a stream to read. It's just he's really into comics and he'll just open one and part of it will catch his eye. And for a few minutes, he'll just be reading in silence. I wish I could do that.
Oh no, I can't do the dead air for that long. I feel bad enough like when I've been doing my Starfield stuff and I've been like really getting into a firefight or something like that, and I'm not talking to chat the time. It fucking bugs me.
Yeah,
I bug myself.
he kind of reads until the silence gets a little weighty for him, I guess. Like he just starts to feel it. Like it's like, holy shit, I haven't said anything in like 3-4 minutes. I've read through. The only thing people have heard is me turning the pages. And then you're like, he chases it back pretty quick to like, fuck, that's a pretty little cool sequence in here. Yeah, I'm going to have to finish reading this when the stream's over. And it's, yeah, good save. No one noticed those 4 minutes of dead silence, man. While your eyes shot back and forth.
Like today's, lack of attention span amongst the general population, that's like a Spanish Inquisition.
I don't know. The attention span thing, I hear you, but I think there's like TikTok users and then those who haven't twisted their brain into a tiny little shadow of its former self.
Yeah. And you know what? All of those people, especially the ones watching right now, leave a like on this video.
I mean, my God,
It's a
we've
scientific
been,
fact.
the bar's been open for 4 hours and people are still here. Don't tell me people don't like long form content. And I mean, pretty much all the stuff that we watch. I mean, what's the shortest stuff we watch? Omegon? Maybe?
Maybe?
15, 20-minute videos?
Yeah.
I don't see TikTok shit worth watching. Worth posting in Discord. Yeah, okay. But to pick up my phone and consume for 2-3 hours, I don't get it, man.
Yeah, no.
If that makes me old, then
Absolutely
fucking
not.
I'm old. But no way. I'm not doing that. Doom scrolling? Go to hell. I like my brain untwisted. Thank you. I like to be able to read a book. Not the whole thing, mind you. Just be able to get, one paragraph in and not have my mind dancing on to, well, where's the other story about something completely different?
I'm having flashbacks to a conversation we had ages ago now, where you sort of like pulled me up on this thing. Like, Sam, why is it that your best impersonation of an American is when you're attempting to portray a really dumb one?
And you shot back, well, why's yours?
Oh, man. And the thing was, is I was just kind of talking a bit like this, and it was like, oh my god. I'm fairly sure that's what it was, anyway. Christ. Oh, one of these days, Polly, I will just do an entire stream with a fake American accent, just to gaslight
Fuck with you.
everybody, just to fuck with people. If anybody calls me out, I'll deny it. What are you talking about? I've always talked like this. Don't be an ass.
Okay, that ass in that sentence was doing a lot of heavy lifting, man. I don't
It was, wasn't it?
See, if you wanted to be a good prank, if you could, I can't do accents at all, so I have no idea how tall of an orator it is, right? But slowly institute it throughout the stream, like especially if you alone are gaming, become more American or less American going the other direction.
On. Oh, I should do like a Call of Duty playthrough or something like that, right? And then just as the series progresses, just steadily become more American. I could do that.
And there's political commentary upon the effect games have on people. By the end of it, every
This is
second
my
word
voice
is
one day on America.
an F-bomb or a poly word, and any kind of richness of accent has been obliterated.
This is my voice one day on America. This is my voice 1 week on America. This is my voice 1 month on America. You've seen them, right, Fa?
Maybe, I don't know.
There's always these ones where it's like, this is my voice one day on anime, and then progressively, like I've seen a couple of funny ones where it's like it starts up being a dude, and then they end up dressing up like an anime girl at the end of it.
Oh my god.
It's like fucking creases me when I see those.
So, out of curiosity, would you have to consciously work at it to do an American
Yes.
accent? Excuse me.
Yeah,
to
it's-
speak in English with a French accent?
Honestly, like nowadays, yes. Yeah, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard, just because I'm so used to. I don't sound out words individually when it comes to English, in much the same way as I wouldn't sound out words when I'm when I read in French. It's how can I put it? When you're looking at a word that you haven't come across before. I mean, Polly, you do this when we come across like Japanese words, for example. Like you look at it and you'll kind of break it down into the syllables, and then you'll kind of read it out,
Right.
like somewhat piecemeal. There are definitely language, like I still have to do that with a lot of Italian, because I'm not quite sure about a lot of it. But no, when it comes to English now, it's like I look at a word and it produces a sound in my head, I suppose, and then that's what comes out of the mouth. So to kind of try and corrupt that, I suppose, because this is the thing. It's like when I'm reading in English or when I'm reading in French, it's not like two different modes that I swap between, as it were. It's not like this word in English means this thing in French. It's like, no, this word and this word, be it English, be it French, they mean the same thing. It's more of a thesaurus than a dictionary, if that makes sense.
Okay, so something smashes really hard off your shin. Do you curse in French or English?
More often than not, it depends what I've been speaking most recently.
Really?
I've come to find. Yeah.
Interesting.
Which is weird. Yeah, if I get off the phone talking with somebody in French and fucking stub my toe, it will almost be something like that.
I know a few things that will shatter a man's concentration or focus, like getting smashed in the shin. It's just fuck. It's not the worst pain, but it's so shocking of a pain. It's like something just grazing a testicle. That's enough to, whatever it was.
Twisting your ankle when going up the stairs or some bullshit like that.
When your ankle turns, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you're convinced your leg bones are going to jet out through the side of your skin. Absolutely. So, okay, I'm confused. So you got where I'm thinking about it, and I think they would be confused. So you got people that work, at your company, right? And they're all native French speakers. But when they speak English, they're speaking with okay. But when they speak English, they're speaking it with, I'm presuming, a fairly pronounced French accent on their English.
Yeah, most of them, yeah.
Don't you kind of freak them out?
I don't know. I guess that maybe they're used to it now. I've never thought to ask.
Well, I think anyone could get used to anything, but I mean, I would imagine the first time that somebody heard you talk, it would confuse the shit out of me. I'd be like, what the fuck? What? We're talking French, and all of a sudden it's faulty towers up in here. What the hell?
Basil?
Yeah, I don't.
My mom's got a pretty close friend who she's from up north in the country originally, and she lived in America for a little over 22 years, and when she speaks English, it's just like talking to an American person. Sometimes she will I think this is more of a case of nowadays she speaks English almost exclusively with English people because she works at a company whereby she has to deal with a lot of English clientele. Most of the time she spends nowadays, like I say, talking to English people. So there are some words that have begun to kind of corrupt, I suppose, her accent slightly. Like the way she pronounces O in a word is more like I would pronounce O as opposed to the more American O.
Okay, right.
That sort of thing.
And it makes me, I find it funny how when Far is talking about people telling her how, quote, Americanized her accent is, because it doesn't sound like it to her.
I hear it. I hear it in my own sometimes as well.
Until I heard the dive Odyssey, I didn't get it. And then I was like, oh, so there's actual like misunderstanding going on. That some people's Australian accent is so thick.
I think
what?
It's the more time I spend talking to talking to Eve, talking to yourself, Polly, talking to Zelthor, and so on and so forth, the more I find myself softening T's. My T's and D's used to be significantly more clipped than they are these days. Yeah. That's something I have to make a conscious effort to do, but it's one of those. It's one of those. The more immersed you are in it, the more you pick it up. I think if I spent the next sort of like 3 to 4 years speaking only French, no English at all, then it's not that I would forget how to speak English. It's I think my pronunciation would begin to kind of francify again, shall we say?
Francify.
I do think so.
It's strange to me because if you have to hear you bust off into French is weird because it goes from like RP English to from my perspective, is pitch perfect French. You know, which is quite odd.
Brother, man, my French is borderline redneck French. I'm not gonna lie. It's where I come from. It's where I grew up. I come out broad wine country.
Oh
you know
man,
what? I have no trouble believing what you just told me.
British accent.
Yeah.
Like, so you have this like, oh yes, very proper, yes, British accent. Then you turn it around in French, and you're like, oh yeah.
I mean,
Howdy, y'all.
I can. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Can I put on, like, you know, the people's French as the King's English? Yeah, I absolutely can. I can.
What is the difference? What does it sound like if you do that?
Oh God. If you think that, like, you know, think about like the dropping of syllables. Dropping of letters, T's, D's, P's, etc., that kind of thing in English. It's very much the same sort of process, except we drop syllables sometimes entirely. And the kind of the main reason for that is like French in and of itself, like we have, you know, the King's French as it would have been known. But prior to that, there were about...
Yeah.
Exactly. But prior to I think it was probably around like the time of Louis XII, I think, was when the formalization of the unified French language kind of came about. Prior to that, there were a great plurality of French dialects. Great plurality. You know, you got fucking Occitan, you got Poitevin, which was what my sort of region would have spoken. Sorry. You've got Provençal, which is actually closer to Italian than it is French. You've got what do you call it? Alsacien, which is actually got an awful lot of German influence in it.
I was about to say, is that the fanciest way I've ever heard anyone ever say Alsatian?
See, Alsatian, nobody calls it Alsatian apart from the English.
It's like, I think I understood that word. Was that like the region of, you know, Alsace that's very, very close to Germany and where all them
Alsace,
them ungodly sweet white wines come from? Yeah.
Yep, exactly that.
And German Shepherds.
Oddly enough, I think if you spoke French fluently and you were as well as English, I think the accent that you'd probably find most sort of amenable to understanding would probably be a Britannic accent from up in Brittany. It's not that far removed from Southern English lilt. It really isn't. There's a lot of similarities. You can hear it. You can absolutely hear it.
I got no trouble believing that the French are like the English in terms of balkanization and fractionalization of. Well, you know how they are in that third region, 5 off to the left down there on the far countryside. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah,
you know how they are, like in the next village over.
Right, bastards.
I think one of my favorite sort of like examples of like differences in regional accents is sort of like if I want to say like a piece of bread in French, I would say un bout de pain. That's how I would say it, un bout de pain. You go off to the south and the east of where I'm at, closer to the Spanish border, closer to the Mediterranean coast, and that bout de pain becomes un bout de pain. It changes quite distinctly. They had vowels in, damn it. Un bout de pain.
A bout de pain. I fucking know.
I had a friend.
Australian speaking French. What a comedy.
I had a friend back in undergrad, and he was doing a double major in psychology and linguistics. Like, talk about a hard fucking road, man. Jesus.
Good coupling,
though. I remember one time somebody said something about a dead language, like, oh yeah, but you know, who cares? That's a dead language. He said, what do you mean? I love dead languages. The rules are set. They're not changing. Organic languages are overrated. And I was like, overrated? I said, but nothing can be added to them. And he said, yeah, it's great. The rules are set. The pronunciation is set.
Man.
Because they're
how to say you're a Latin fan without saying you're a Latin fan.
There is still greater dynamism in Latin than in a lot of other dead languages. I mean, look at Basque, for Christ's sakes.
At what?
Basque.
Where's that
is that
from?
BASK. QUE.
What is that?
There are people indigenous to the regions of Spain and southern France, and they have a distinct or had a distinct culture and a distinct language that does not descend from Germanic or Romance.
Huh.
I only know one word in Basque. The word is ache. It's ATXE, Latinized approximation, and it refers to a mythical beast of legend, which is similar to a minotaur, but is also a shape changer.
Fuck.
Did I take it these people had a written language and literature, etc.?
I don't know about written language. No, I don't think they did. I think it was, but they had oral traditions. They're ancient people. They're several thousand years old, and I think the language in terms of currency died out probably about 300-400 years ago. Maybe less than that. Maybe 200-300. I don't think there are any people left that speak Basque as a first language and haven't been for some time. And I believe that's the criteria for it being a dead language, right?
Yeah, but it's a first language, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are people that study it, but yeah, it's fairly unique.
Yeah,
in
but
its
it's not
structure.
Yeah, but it's not like it's evolving.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not anymore. Not anymore. They take straight loan words from Spanish, whenever they need a new word for something.
Actually, that guy did tell me that you like Latin without telling me you like Latin. Common Greek was actually his jam. Like Hellenistic Greek.
Common Greek.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not Homeric.
No. Keon or like first century era Greek, because it was common. It was fucking everywhere.
Oh, super common.
And so
Romans, right?
Shaped in such a way that it's easy to be pronounced by a large group of people, thus can be I'm assuming, learned easier that way for him as obviously a non-native speaker, but coming into something that's a dead language. So again, like he was saying, the rules are set, so everything is nice and fixed, and you're not going to get, if people in one village are choosing to talk that way, well, that's their fault. Fuck them.
Mm-hmm.
They're wrong. Like, where I remember him saying that when it comes to an organic language, you can't tell anybody that what they're doing is wrong. When it comes to dead languages, yes, there is such a thing as being wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of people in chat are saying, Max Savage says Basque is similar en route to Irish. I have heard that, but I couldn't possibly verify, but it wouldn't surprise me, actually, considering Celtic expansion throughout Europe. Basques have distinct genetics. Yep, they absolutely do. They are their own ethnicity. Mm-hmm. Close as damned it to native Europeans. As pretty much as any other.
Oh man, a threat of a sneeze has been going on for like 10 minutes.
Look at the bright light.
Fuck.
There you go.
I was talking about it. That was it. I had to mention its ugly ass fucking name. Then it wanted to show itself. Sitting in the back going, I'm gonna happen. Itch in the back of my fucking.
I hate when it goes away though. Oh.
I feel like I haven't lost the battle. I feel like I gave up.
Right. you could pull a chocolate bar out from underneath my nose and I'd be less upset than a sneeze. It doesn't happen. I love me a good chocolate.
So are we close to ending it?
Yes, Farclock.
Yes. Okay.
What am I doing here? Oh, right. I'm all in the bag. Let's say half in the bag, but I'm not going to lie to this audience. So, boom. All right. Where the fuck were? Okay, right. Yeah. I was looking for my mouse. It got away on me. They should really put wires on these things. You think anyone ever thought of that? No. Okay. It was funny.
Put a wire on you, Polly. Put a wire on you, yeah.
A live one, you bastard. And that terrible joke does bring us to the end of last call here in Noir Bar, live from the Chase District of Noir City. And yeah, remember to ask for our doggy glasses. drinking in the streets is illegal, but who cares? I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight for our own little brand of 1940 booze-fueled banter, and I'd sincerely like to thank Far and Sam for keeping me company in the room behind the grandfather clock, this cozy little abode that we have here. Thank you very much, guys. Great company as always.
No problem, no problem.
And finally, I'd like to thank all the very generous people who tipped the bartender and my fellow conversationalists here. You are how we keep the lights on, the fireplace a burning, and the cops paid off, those criminal bastards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, you guys
Much
rock.
appreciated.
It is. Everybody says that, but no, seriously. When the bar closes up, it's like, oh my God. The bar patrons are awesome. Not even hanging out with us, but oh yeah, speaking of hanging out with us, if you're listening in the future, please feel free to put a comment below. I got a chance to read them all, and I'm going to start responding to them again because people write hilarious shit down there. And I got to go through and pick out my favorite comment of the weekend. We're going to continue on with that, plus the...
Oh, don't forget timestamps, guys. If you're talking about something specific
Oh, Lord, yes.
in your comment. Yeah. Give us a timestamp. Really helps out.
Yeah. Just even close. It doesn't need to be down to the second. It really doesn't. Just have some kind of idea what you know, when you said that, you were wrong, and I fucking hate you. And it's like, I said what? Somebody really did that on an episode of Comic Book Curation back in the day, somewhere in the 70s, like number 70 to 80. You were wrong about that, and I fucking hate you. And I was like, about what? That's like that meme picture where the guy's got the protest placard that says, down with this sort of thing. What are you protesting, man? No one knows. Alan, thank you very much for the last tip, $5. Always appreciated, very generous. Simple says, thank you. No, thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
There we go. It is all wrapped up. Everyone grab your doggy glasses and head on out. As we always say about this time, you don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here, and we'll see you again next time. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.